Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hands. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. We'll never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness server community kind of gaming place where we play all of the World of Darkness and Chronicles of Darkness if you're kind of into that sort of thing. And if you are, you should follow that Discord link to get there. But anyway, my name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I'll be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa, Florida, where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual, but they're not all entirely in Florida right now, are they? As the pack has been separated in half of them going to Vermont, half of them remaining behind to deal with a perfectly fine, peaceful few weeks. I'm sure they're going to fly by and nothing bad could possibly happen. But before we get to all of that, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below. And, follow that Discord link to join our community of over 150 plus World of Darkness enthusiasts. And if you're, clicking on links and signing up for things, why not sign up for our Ko-fi, where you can get access to all kinds of behind the scenes features, including sneak peek of the new artwork you saw just debuted tonight, and much, much more, including rosebud thorns and all kinds of other extras that we offer out to you for as low as $5 a month. And trust me, it really, really does benefit the community. We are super duper grateful for it. But of course, I could not tell this story alone, even though people keep logging on at the worst time and are like, is this a one-person game? And it's not. Trust me, there's a whole group of people if you're watching this for the first time. But anyway, I couldn't do it alone. It would take some pretty incredible players to make this game possible. So let's go ahead and introduce those players now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne. Say so. I need you, say so. Whatever you want to call me. And I'll be playing Aspen Weiss, Philodox of the Silver Fangs. And that's for the boys.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nori, and I'll be playing Melissa's Jester Silvertongue, actually. Galliard of the Black Furies.
Kent, we need to go over your definition of a peaceful week. We have varying things how that looks. But hi, everyone. I'm Preston. I play Jason Thorne, Theurge of the Boatnar.
Howdy do. How are all of you? To cap off the intro here, Mark, look, I made a steak. My name is Nick. I'll be playing Izzie, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, the Arun child of Gaia.
One of the only nerdy references I don't get because I can't watch certain body parts explode unnecessarily. Anyway, let's go ahead and define what kind of peaceful week it is going to be by setting up where we were last time 2 weeks ago. That's right, we are back and we are so happy to be back, but let's get everybody caught up. Last time we were together, Aspen and Izzie had a sit down where they kind of got together to finalize or at least straighten out how things were going to be in the absence of four of the very important leaders that make up the Sept, as well as giving Izzie some insight on what it is to be the Wormfoe here and some instructions on how to keep everything in line and what Aspen's expectations are moving forward, and asking for Izzie's support with Jace as he attempts to lead this wild Sept without the oversight of the elders or the other elders. After that, we saw Jester and Charles have their official landing in Vermont. At first, we saw them on the run with Iron Oath and who was trying to run them ragged, but eventually they did make their landing in Vermont, sweaty and exhausted, only to be greeted by Seraphine, the Galliard and voice of the court, who welcomed them officially to the Sept of the North Country, also known as the North Country Protectorate. Then they were introduced to Elias Rook, who is the Galliard correspondent, the go-between for Kin and Ghislaine alike. I meant Ghislaine, not Galliard. This is going great. This is an amazing start. He then gave Jester a very important warning that they were in danger there at the court and that there were members of the court that were not happy to see the return of the heir, Charles Albrecht, and we're going to do whatever they could to get rid of them, to keep things as the status quo. After the break, we saw Aspen and Eliza meet up for a little bit of a conversation as well, whereas Aspen made a very important request of the Stargazer not to do anything drastic while she was gone and made her swear to it. However, Eliza made a counter promise that if the time did come where she had to make a decision, Aspen had to let her do it and could not stop her. What that all means, you've probably guessed by now, but if you haven't, you're just going to have to keep watching to find out for yourselves. And then after that, we saw Izzie and Terrance have a heart-to-heart where Terrance did some bolstering of Isidoro to tell him that he was deserving of this position, that he was capable of keeping this Sept safe. And in return, Isidoro also offered Terrance the same, who was struggling with the idea of this war possibly being meaningless and that there is no hope and that it is a foregone conclusion that the Guru are going to fail. But having others to lean on is what sets the Guru apart from other denizens of the world of darkness who tend to only look out for themselves. And then finally, Jester met with Charles for dinner at the estate, where they were interrupted by the arrival of Katerina Volkova, the betrothed of Charles Albrecht. So why don't we pick up right there where we left off 2 weeks ago? Jester, you are sitting at a long, hand-carved wooden dining table, prepared to have a peaceful and surprisingly private dinner with Charles as you get settled in to the Morningkill Estate, when the door opens and a third participant enters. This is when Elias introduces Katerina Volkova, deed named Gilded Resolve, the betrothed of the air. Now, Katerina is a tall woman standing at about 6'2", with long white hair that is done up in a braid that seems to go down the side of her hand-stitched clothing, which appears to be a fancy affair, but not a gown. She very much still wears pants in these manners, but there is a nice filigree around her clothing, and she seems to be wearing the same insignia that Iron Oath wears as well, with the symbol of the silver wolf upon a necklace that she wears around her neck. She has very ice cold blue eyes that seem predatory and empty at the same time, guarded even, without giving any hint of emotion behind them. Her skin is extremely pale. Even if she is exposed to sunlight, it seems to have no effect to take away the chill that seems to course through her veins. Charles, upon the interruption, politely stands from his seat at the table and gives a nod to Elias and then to Katerina as Elias excuses himself, closing the door to the dining hall, leaving just the three of you behind. So, Jester, before we even get into any kind of conversation, what is going through your mind at this moment?
At this moment, it's a mix of one, I'm completely stunned by her. Like, she's really the prettiest person I've ever seen. But also, like, when Charles stands, I'm thinking, like, am I supposed to stand? And I will just stand automatically, kind of like uncomfortably, because I'm not sure if this is supposed to be right, but I'll do it anyway.
As you rise out of your seat, Katerina strides over to one of the chairs on the opposite side of the table from you, but not directly next to Charles. She, in fact, sits a seat over, leaving one space in between the two of them, as she says, "I'm sorry I'm late." At which point she sits down. Charles looks over and says, "Miss Volkova, it's good to see you. Please, Charles, you do not need to bother with the formalities. You've already done a fantastic job of that so far, haven't you? How many years has it been, Mr. Albrecht?" "Many years." "Yes, many years indeed. While there were those of us who stayed behind to fulfill our obligations, I hope you had a nice outing. Welcome home." Charles just sets his jaw, his lips in a hard line as he stares down at the food in front of him. Katerina then looks to you, Jester, and says, "Apologies, where are my manners? Katerina," and she extends a long arm with long, nimble fingers that have calluses in the palm of her hand, likely from possibly hard labor or wielding weapons, potentially, but her fingernails are still manicured. It's clear that she takes a great deal of effort in tending to her hands, and she extends one out towards you.
I'll take her hand. Mine probably at this point have chipped nail polish since I have been running for days. But I will shake it. Jester Silvertongue, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure is most certainly mine. How did you find yourself tangled up in this whole mess?
I'll look to Charles. I'm just here to support someone I care about.
She then turns her gaze towards Charles. Oh, do you finally have an admirer? Is that what kept you away for so long? He just continues to remain silent. You can hear the fork scraping against the plate, almost like it's going to leave divots in the clay and china that make up the plate itself.
At this point, I will spend a willpower and roll for mind speak with Charles. What is my rage at?
I would say you're still at a 2. I think
Okay.
2 is going to be your low during your time here.
Okay, good to know. I got 2 successes, which should be enough since he's right in front of me.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Send a message to him. You didn't tell me she was so hot. She's gorgeous.
I haven't seen her since we were children. And attractive is in the eye of the beholder, is it not?
Well, I mean, they can be, but also objectively, she is gorgeous.
Hopefully this won't last long.
Just breathe.
Katerina, all the while, has begun eating, taking a napkin and unfolding it upon her lap before taking up her silverware. You can tell that she is obviously very educated in etiquette and diplomacy, even if she is being very harsh towards Charles at the moment. She is her manners are well kept. And she looks back over to you as she begins to cut her meat into small portions. And from what tribe do you hail, Jester Silvertongue?
I am from the Black Furies. A Galliard.
You see her eyebrows shoot up, one of them higher than the other, as if in a curious and somewhat surprised manner. She says, "This must be absolute hell for you, then."
It's definitely a change.
Long has it been since we've had the company of the Black Furies at the estate. I hope you are finding it to your liking, or they are making you as comfortable as you can be, considering everything else.
They are providing to all my needs, definitely. Out of curiosity, how long has it been since there's been a member of my tribe here?
Well, I think we are going on 15 years, at least. I was but a child at the time.
Oh, that's a shame. It's always good to have different perspectives in the SEPs, just so everyone can get an understanding where people stand on things.
I could not agree more. This place once was a place of great diplomacy, a seat of power, but not just of power, a place where all Guru could come and feel welcome, where they could have their concerns heard. Many a great moot took place on these very grounds. Unfortunately, it has been quite some time since that happened. It didn't have to be, she said, looking towards Charles with a very narrow gaze. Katerina, you know just as well as I do that it's not as easy as it seems. Yes, I do. Responsibility is never easy, Mr. Albrecht. But we do it anyway. For the nation and for Gaia. Charles has no response to that. So, tell me, how did you end up in the company of the ever-personable Charles Albrecht?
You're not giving him enough credit. He's a gem.
Well, he's cut from a very prestigious cloth, that is for certain.
I met Charles through, well, my sept leader, Aspen Weiss. She's also a Silver Fang. Or her mentor, Matthias Morningkill, I believe, brought Charles down to assist with us trying to free Tampa from vampires, mostly, at the time.
Ah, yes, Matthias Morningkill. Did he come with you?
Not on this trip, no.
Can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Morningkill has never been one for the courtly functions. Seems like you have taken a great deal after your uncle, Charles. He says nothing at that.
At that point, well, you know, sometimes the worm doesn't show up at courtly functions, and capable warriors are needed to fight.
I agree. But some, and I mean no offense for this, are meant to lead. And without anyone to lead, how is anyone to know where to go in order to fight?
I think many of the seps that survived would say they are leading and fighting as well as they can be.
But it could be better. I think we both can agree to that.
True, but that's not necessarily because Charles didn't step up to leadership. There were already faults that existed long before he was even born.
You can see that she wants to say something to that. But just before the words can leave her mouth, she almost just inhales them back in. Being reminded of the surroundings, reminded of her position and place. Doesn't even require an insight check to show that she probably agrees with you, but she's never going to say it, especially not here.
I'll tuck that in and note it for later. So, I would love to hear how you got your deed name.
Oh, that? Well, while some prefer to wander, others remain loyal and fulfill their obligations even when it's difficult. I was faced with a very difficult decision after Charles left and did not return as expected. It was true that he was going to set out and make a name for himself, experience the world at large as all good leaders do, before taking up any position of authority. Or how are you to understand your fellow Guru if you do not walk among them, at least for a while? This was something the good king was very knowledgeable about. Well, after a few years had passed, and it became more and more apparent that the heir was going to take his time upon returning, someone needed to stand up in his place, represent the court. The king doesn't take a great many meetings, outside of his advisory council. And when some very trying matters came to our door in the form of the cult of Fenris, I stood and held the line, even when others did not.
Impressive.
I ask you the same. How did you achieve your deed name, although I'm pretty sure I can tell?
Well, to be honest, it's not my first deed name. My first deed name was Malicious Jester, which I made some very public, not so friendly jokes about a corporation named Indron while exposing their involvement in poor management of a silver mine in Colorado. Thus holding them holding them responsible to be brought to court in justice for that. It changed recently, honestly, right before we left. The day we left, actually. I believe it was a series of things, honestly. Yes, I have a knack for getting people on my side.
Then you must have had quite a time with my father on the road here. I must apologize for him. He still holds to a very traditional aesthetic and believes that if you are not wishing for death at the end of a good run, did you really run?
Well, it was definitely a good run then. We didn't have much time to speak.
He is a man of very few words.
I suppose so.
What I can say for my father, though, is anything he says, he means. If he deigns it important enough to say, it is undoubtedly the truth. But yes, not a very good conversationalist.
No. So you mentioned having to take up certain duties here at court as in place of the king, I suppose.
Yes, attempts at diplomacy and those sort of relations, reaching out to other seps. Though the requests have become fewer and fewer in recent years, they do still come. And someone needs to manage the day-to-day of the estate, while the others tend to their specific responsibilities, like chasing down a lost pup.
How many requests for aid have come in?
In what scope of time?
Let's say the last year.
I would say formally 10. We've lent what aid we can, but I think you know as well as I do that the court isn't what it used to be, and we have stretched ourselves quite thin. Even those of our own tribe have refused the call to service, considering the court to be dissolved and meaningless.
Are you... Does anybody have any ideas on how to fix that?
There are some. Yes. There are others who have made interesting choices and believe that the king is still perfectly suitable to reign. I would not say for sure either way. And you can see that she is also kind of holding back her own feelings and opinions of the situation. When things were seemingly dire, the king sought out another heir, to potentially be the future queen if the heir was not to return. No guru is meant to rule as long as the great Jonas Albrecht has. But when there's no other choice, and no one even cares to challenge him anymore, it makes things quite dire.
Well, with you standing against Fenris, the cult, when they came, perhaps you should have been considered.
I serve at the pleasure of His Highness, and of Falcon, and of the nation. And if I am called to serve, I answer. Immediately, she says as she looks towards Charles again.
Is that what you want to do?
She actually falls quiet at that question. It seems as if she's unsure how to answer, or she's parceling out her words. I seek to honor my family, my house, my tribe. If it is seen fit for me to be the queen consort of the future king, that is what I will do.
I'll play a little bit with my food with my fork for a moment. You know, recently I heard something very interesting from a conversation I had with a spirit. They talked about fighting for Gaia and knowing why you fight. And really knowing why you fight, not just for honor or family, but like, what is your reason to keep going? And I think that's really important to know, because when the bad things happen, and they happen often, it's something you hold on to.
That is well said, and very wise words indeed.
I just hope for you honor is enough.
Sometimes it has to be. I don't know how much Charles has told you, but we are some of the last guru of noble houses amongst the Silver Fangs. We carry a great deal of expectation and responsibility, And to be honest, it can be a bit much. But if not us, then who?
I imagine it is a bit much. Charles has told me a bit about his childhood. And I suppose, given your father, yours was similar.
It was an education.
Mm-hmm. See, thing is with me and that education, like, I understand responsibility. I am completely devoted to fighting for Gaia. I have been since before I even changed. But you have to enjoy what you're fighting for. And it can't just be responsibility. I will bite my tongue before I say, and besides, the whole family lineage bullshit is so fucking antiquated. Charles will get that point.
Charles kind of snorts just a little bit, and her eyes shoot over towards him before rolling slightly. Being a guru is all I've ever known. And I do feel a sense of honor and pride in what I do. So much of our culture, our society is based on tradition, on story. And yes, I know being here, you're likely to experience just how antiquated or outdated some of those beliefs may be, some of those traditions may be. But I have always been taught to believe if we don't know where we've been, how are we to know where we're going?
Oh, I absolutely agree.
And if we don't honor those who have sacrificed so much to ensure that this fight can continue, if we don't give respect where respect is due, then we are lost.
I think those are both excellent points. But I think we can also still honor those who came before. And respect where respect is due, while still trying to look to the future and learn from the mistakes of the past.
We are trying.
It's good that there are those that still try.
It is time for a new chapter in the Guru Nation. I know this. You know this. And even though he is, as usual, a man of few words, I believe Charles even knows this.
Charles was the one that helped me see that.
And here I thought you didn't change at all. Well, he must be doing something right to have someone as kind-hearted and well-spoken as you supporting him. He's been like this since he was a child.
I'll look around, then softly. Maybe he wasn't given a chance to be anything else.
When the weight of the world is placed upon your shoulders, when you are seeing fewer and fewer Guru being made every year, when you are watching the very light that is your tribe dying out, You have to understand there are a variety of ways members of this court react to that idea. But those like my father believe that you can't make steel without iron. And if you are going to be truly prepared for what this fight is, you have to truly know danger. And you have to be prepared from the moment you're born.
I've only heard stories, so I can't speak from firsthand experience.
Some might say that being a part of the world outside of this society gives you a reason to fight. But at the same time, it has also been a distraction that has gotten many Guru killed.
You can't cut yourself off from the world you're fighting for. I've tried. Doesn't work out too well.
No, I agree. Which is why it was important for Charles to go out into the world. See just how much it has changed. The current state of things, not just amongst the Guru, but amongst the humans as well.
You weren't given the same chance?
I was. In my own way, I went back to my home country to ensure that the leadership was still holding up under the weight of everything that is going on over there, and that they are still being patient in waiting for events to unfold here as they were expected to. I understand why you would cast judgment on this place. I do. I truly hope there is a new dawn coming. It needs to be. Or else this will just become another empty hall in a dying world. And no matter how many songs and stories they are, all of them will be lost, with no one to tell them.
I hope for that too. I also hope that there are enough people willing to do more than just hope and actually put in the work for it, and not just rely on one person with a crown and a throne to make that change.
She seems like she wants to speak again, but then just gives off a soft sigh.
You seem like one of the people willing to actually put in the work.
There was a time I thought we weren't alone in that. But there were those of us who stayed when they could have left and were given all the reason to. If that isn't loyalty to a fight, I don't know what is.
Depends on the reasons they stayed, I suppose. And what they're doing now to try to change things for the better and not just let them fall into decay.
I'll prepare yourself, just their silver tongue. because I am sure you are going to see all shades of that in your time here.
I didn't come here expecting anything less.
Well, I believe I am just about finished. It was a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure we will cross paths again soon.
It's a pleasure, and I hope we will. Hopefully we'll have another conversation later.
Perhaps. And stands up, kind of giving a polite nod of her head to you. And then she leans over to Charles and says a few words in Russian before standing up and heading out through the door. You see Charles's shoulders that have been tense this entire time relax just a little, almost unrecognizably to anyone who didn't know him as well as you do. But that's Katerina. I hope she lived up to the reputation.
I like her.
Of
She's like
course
the
you do.
female version of you. We're gonna be besties.
We were friends, her and I, when we were children. In the way that the children of diplomats can be. While they were busy doing the courtly things and we had a break from training. Not even sure there was ever really a break, but we were able to at least make a game of it. Friendly competition. When you're told that you're being auctioned off to someone, sold off to someone for the good of the nation, you have to find something to connect on. But I know there is no feelings of love there for either of us. It's just one of the many reasons I couldn't stay here. I couldn't play that game for them as much as they wanted me to.
There may not have been those feelings, but there was probably something akin to friendship, two children alone in a place that doesn't treat them like children. She probably felt very betrayed when you vanished and she was left all alone.
She was taught just as I that those types of connections are vulnerabilities. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a little bit of a pattern in my history when it comes to getting too close to individuals.
Though if she was your betrothed, I don't think they would have minded too much that you got more closer to her than perhaps other people. But
I don't think they cared, to be completely honest.
how'd that no emotion thing work out for you? Even before you met me. Be honest.
It
You
was
were lonely,
lonely,
weren't you?
but it was safe. They can't hurt you if you don't show them what can.
It's fair. She probably was also lonely.
Jester, if you're trying to make an argument for us to leave this place, you're not doing a very good job.
I'm here to support you in your decision. I have opinions on this place, a lot of them. Most I can't say out loud. But
I certainly wouldn't. Many within the manor here have excellent hearing, and I wouldn't be surprised if several of them are listening in as we speak.
Well, isn't it a good thing Turtle gifted me with this wonderful ability to talk into people's minds?
Yes. That is still taking some getting used to.
It does, honestly. It's still a little weird, isn't it? Uh-huh.
I'm really glad you're here. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you making yourself so uncomfortable to try and give me some form of comfort.
I love you, Charles. Of course, I will always try to find a way to make you feel better.
He reaches his hand across the table to take yours.
You know, really sucks though. Separate bedrooms.
Yes. But there are ways around that.
This should be interesting.
As the two of you continue to dine, exchanging a few words, but more just meaningful looks, eventually your dinner comes to an end and you slip off to finish off your evening before going to bed. And while that evening may start alone, around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, your window opens and you're not alone for much longer. At least, not until dawn. We transition to our next scene where we return to Tampa and the Sept of the Evening Star, where they are trying to make heads or tails of the situation they find themselves in. Jason Thorne and Isidoro Darris, you have been saddled with a massive responsibility. And while that seemed intimidating enough, it was when the first problem made itself known in the form of one of the pups getting abducted by the cult of Fenris that you realize just how difficult this situation would be. So the elders come together around the hearth in the center of the cairn, the flames burning bright and tall, as the two of you, as well as Eliza and Stakes, come together to figure out what's next, but also to formally bring Isidoro into the pack by introducing him to Star. That all being said, the scene is yours.
I think Izzie, as much as he would like to be all smiles and warmth for this particular meeting, has a notable distance and tension to him. He's always just sort of staring past the group as he tries to run through as many circumstances in his head of what could happen, what he might have done different, knowing what would happen. And occasionally he will flit down looking at the phone he received, double checking the messages from the Hellhounds before putting it away, trying not to fret any further.
As Jace comes in, he has a big box with him. And he looks to them as they're all sitting. He looks towards where he normally sits, and then his eyes drift over to where Aspen sits. He starts walking that direction, but then immediately shakes his head and goes back to his normal seat and goes and puts down this big box of pizza on the table. I got a little bit of everything. There's cheese on one part, a little bit of meat lovers. There's a supreme with some veggies if someone wants that. And then he'll reach down and he'll grab a 12-pack and put it on the table as well, in case anyone wants to partake in that as well. And then he'll take his normal seat.
At this point, Stakes grabs one of the beers out of the 12-pack and grabs one of the boxes of pizza and wanders over to Aspen's spot, plopping them both down on the table and sitting in the seat, kicking her feet up on the table before saying, just feels weird it being empty.
Hey, if you're comfortable sitting there, then have at it.
Jace,
We
it's
all know
just a
who's in
chair.
charge. We know who's in charge here.
Symbols are a big meaning, especially to me. But you're right, it is just a chair.
Eliza, at this point, emerges from one of the RVs and seems to be carrying a salad she's prepared of some of the vegetables from her garden, and she sets it down in the center of the table. Don't y'all go be getting fat eating just pizza, all right? You gotta take care of yourselves.
There's veggies on the pizza.
Now, I think you and I both know that doesn't count, Jace.
Peppers are green. I feel like that has a little bit.
Oh, but you got to think about the caloric intake. All that
Freaking
bread, olive
fitness
oil,
nut.
cheese.
All right, my bad.
I'll take some salad here.
She ends up putting out a portion for you into a bowl and passing it along.
He just starts eating like he's a cow.
So I'm sure you've heard Stakes says as she takes a long drink of her beer. We have a situation.
Yeah.
Like a few of them.
Well, one of them, thankfully, isn't a big deal at the moment. I know I've been a babysitter in the past, but not for a thrall. Usually we just kill them. But the real
What's that?
situation is with Willow. The cult. Now I know Aspen said she doesn't want to pursue anything having to do with the cult, but I don't think she also had in mind one of us being taken by them when she made that call. So what do you think, boss?
Unfortunately, this is just a very calculated and shitty situation that we're in. The area in which Willow was taken, from what I heard, was well looked at, scouted. But do we have any idea on her whereabouts at all?
I tried to track her scent from the location that she was taken, but they got into a car and were gone almost immediately. I tried to follow that, but you know how this city is with all your need for vehicles. It just makes everything harder to smell. But as far as I can tell, they headed east. As helpful as that is.
That's a direction. I plan to do what I can to try and help track down Willow. East at least gives me a heading. As far as the other hellhounds, I don't want them pursuing. I know you can. I trust you. You have a way of knowing when to engage and when not to. The others, I'm concerned if they do end up finding that area, they won't turn around and come back. They'll try to go in and it's not going to end well, and then we'll have more missing on our hands.
I agree. But we have to do something. I heard that they were trying diplomacy with a spirit, some representation of Fenris. But I don't know what good that'll do. And I don't think it's even worth pursuing. To be completely honest, I think we need to think strategically about getting her out. Even if it is as sneaky as possible.
That's definitely the strategy of a Ragabash.
We'll need more sight and intel on that before we just do that. Stakes, is there anyone that you would trust to take with you on such a excursion?
Potentially. Although I don't know how quiet they would be. Either Forged or Quinn. Quinn potentially for scouting, Forged potentially for muscle. But I've dealt with the cult before, and they are as feral can get. Even more so than the Red Talons at times. They are going to be alert and ready for a fight. In fact, looking for one. Obviously. And this could be a trap. Try and lure us out, to try and expose us, to try and follow us back to where we came from.
We're down numbers right now. If I were trying to feel out another overall organization, I wouldn't be attacking at where their home is. I'm going to wait until the stragglers go out and do it from that point. So I understand their tactics. My concern is if we were to have you and one other go out and this trap that obviously is going to be set happens, then I'm down another 2 Guru. That's the other side of it.
It would be 1 Guru if it were to happen at all.
It's still 1 more.
I agree. But we also can't cede the territory. We don't make a show. If we don't show any kind of strength, they're just going to keep doing it, and they are going to take over the territory.
Izzie will...
Oh, go ahead.
No. Izzie will flip open the phone again and thumb over to the messages from Delphine and Quinn. And for the upteenth time, just peruse through them before going. So, we're dealing with a larger foe. We don't know where they are. We don't know how many numbers they have. However, you both made a very fine point in that you can mess with stragglers. Has the cult of Fenris been poking around with only a couple of members?
As far as I know, when Willow was taken, there was this many. She holds up 3 fingers.
Well, they're looking to make impressions. They might get a bit cocky. Do we know if the Hellhounds are engaging in strategies that would allow them to overwhelm those smaller Fenris parties?
Not that I've seen, but I haven't been in on all the meetings that they've had. I've to watch over a wannabe vamp.
We'll get to that in a little bit.
But I think you're onto something, Isidoro, and I think that the best course of action is we bloody them right back and take one of theirs, and then maybe do a hostage exchange.
I would
I'm not-
really like for diplomacy to work, but reputations being what they are.
They don't deal in diplomacy. They never have, they never will. Not ever since they separated from the nation. All they know is strength and violence. They gave up on diplomacy a long time ago.
And all right, let's run this through. We take one of theirs. We have them now. We don't have the numbers to stop a full-on force from attacking and taking said hostage back. We've now just pissed them off further. We don't have the numbers to be able to do this.
The point wouldn't necessarily be to be indestructible in our defense. It would just be required for us to be as annoying and as obstinate as we can be. They might be able to destroy us. If they were to find this cairn, even with all our numbers arrayed, we would be outnumbered. And, well, I can't speak to the quality of their warriors. The cult, rather, they're, well, known for their zealous strength. However, we, I hope, have a bit of a home field advantage. And as a result, even if they do win, how much is it going to cost them? And is that a price they're willing to pay in that moment? Because I don't doubt it. They're more than happy to put the teeth around our neck. But for this, and with that he points to the phone, they didn't try to bust down the door of the Hellhound's new cairn. They waited until two of them were alone in an alley, and then they used their numbers to jump them.
I think part of that's because they don't know where the cairn is. Quinn did a good job of not leading them back, shaking the tail. So hopefully we still have that element of secrecy to work with. But also, I think they're playing with us, testing us, looking for our vulnerabilities and weak spots. And they know they have the upper hand and possibly superior numbers. But also, just like us, they have a split focus. As much as I hate the cult of Fenris, and make no mistake, I hate them, they are still fighting for Gaia. And they will most likely go after the leeches in the area. And maybe that's not a bad thing. But also, if we were to get one of theirs, we could lead them elsewhere. Put their focus in a different direction. Don't bring the hostage back to the cairn. Take it elsewhere.
An
Do you think
off-site exchange.
Do you think a ghoul would appreciate a roommate?
You see Stakes furrow their brow pretty deeply. I don't give a fuck what a ghoul wants.
Don't know about the longevity of that ghoul if we give him a roommate. And we were told to be hospitable to the guest that we have.
We might have to move them then, because where else would we keep a Garu other than that rage room?
It's a fair point.
Unconscious.
Do we have the capacity for that?
Can you fight?
I can, but are we just going to keep banging them with a brick every hour?
I'm good with it if you are.
take turns?
If we don't do anything, they are just going to keep doing this. And even if we send out 3 or more, they're just going to keep doing it. Because they have us. They have them scared.
I hear you. I do. And I want to do something about it. I truly do. This comes down to a numbers game. If we are able to maybe cause a distraction and then slip in, move their numbers somewhere else so we can't slip in once we find the location and then get Willow out, sure. My allies, as far as who I can call for aid, are here. This is what I have. I don't know if the rest of you have any aces up your sleeve, favors you can call in to have additional help. But we don't have the force for it. My concern is everyone within this sept.
For the first time since getting down to business, Eliza speaks up rather softly and not in her usual bravado. You have more than that, Jace. Not all allies have to be physical, and even those allies can command or influence the physical. They don't take the forms of the animals and the trees for shits and giggles. They do it because they're connected.
You're right. As far as those extra allies, have you heard anything, Eliza, from them? Any whispers about the going-ons?
Well, for the most part, they are keeping pretty mum about it. Now I know that Delphine and Forged made contact with the spirit of Ybor City, one known as Patron, El Patron. And they are making inroads there, which could help towards the security of the city, or of that small portion of their territory. It may help provide some subterfuge and maybe even some insight into any traders that try to make their way in. Now, I did speak to Star to ensure the well-being of Willow, because if she were dead, then there'd be no point in having this conversation, and Star has assured me that she is alive. And surprisingly safe, so she says.
That's good news.
So, for the cult, we don't know where they are. Judging by the reports and what people know, Willow was abducted because of some sort of arrangement with Rook of the Bell. And we don't know the nature of that arrangement. We don't know if there was maybe an exchange of something, favors, knowledge, precious Garu artifacts, fat cash. And we also don't know exactly what the Cult of Fenris is doing to help Gaia. in this most recent scenario? Sure, the leeches, but like, are they just going around to nightclubs and killing all the little baby vampires? Are they looking at wider vampire fronts? There's a lot of stuff about the cult's activities that we should know if we do want to be a thorn, and great opportunity.
Or just to protect ourselves. Having that kind of intelligence and information allows us to shore up a better defense against them if we know what their intentions are, what their goals are here, or at least their movements.
So do we know anyone who might be in contact with the leech world to find out if the cult has been making any moves?
Got one.
Well, also, I would assume that if they were causing problems for the leeches, Edward Bateman would be knocking down our door trying to make us accountable for it. Perhaps they haven't made any movements yet, or they've stuck to the no man's land of the territory. But I don't know how much they know about that arrangement.
We have two that have kind of insight on both that. We have our potato bud. Then we have our cousin that can give us a little bit on it. I don't have a problem with them taking out leeches. I made that very apparent that I don't like the arrangement that we have. But I was also made a promise to make sure that arrangements that we do have don't get fucked with. That is something Aspen made sure that I made sure it stayed until she got back. And I got to make sure that overall, Bateman doesn't foresee us utilizing the cult as a focal point to incite a overall coup on him.
Well, I have an idea, and you're not going to like it.
Go ahead.
Tell Bateman they're here before they become a problem for him. Be a good neighbor and give him a heads up that there are interlopers in town, that there probably will be problems coming his way, and that we're not responsible for them. In exchange, maybe he will give us a heads up of anything that changes.
You're right. I don't like the sound of it, but I like the reason.
The last thing we need is erupting into a war with the leeches and the cult at the same time.
Correct.
It wouldn't change the arrangement to give him a heads up, some insight. Sorry, Isadora, please.
No, it's fine. We're all trying to claw at the same conundrum, right? My only fear, and I'm with Jason on this, it is a beautiful idea that I hate very much, is that doing so is a sure sign of weakness. At least from what Aspen has told me about the dealings with the leeches in this area, a lot of it has been from a position of strength. You all have done a fair number on the old order. So if we're all of a sudden giving heads up like, oh, the cult over there, they don't work with us and, they're kind of everyone's problem, it gives an impression that we don't all have our things in a row.
I think it's more of how we phrase talking to him. If we bring it up more of the fact like, hey, they're here, we are not affiliated with them, that might give us that little bit of wiggle room there. It also move his focus off of what we're doing.
We could also say that we're taking care of it, but we're just being neighborly. We don't have to
That
give
is a
them the
good-
idea it's out of our control or something that we aren't handling well. We just say, hey, this is probably going to affect you. We're just giving you a heads up because we're not allowed to go into your territory to help out. So if they go over that line, we're not going to follow them.
All about
That
the phrasing that
sounds-
we use.
Or what if we, I don't know, we can be very truthful. The truth is that any Garu that claim to be with the cult are by default just not with us. Do whatever you want. Don't even call us about it. We don't even have to make mention that we're having difficulty dealing with the cult. Just say, hey, got some randos passing through. They might make themselves known.
Well, if I know anything about leeches, you tell them that there's a bunch of rampaging werewolves on the loose in their territory that they don't have an arrangements with. They're going to be pooping their little vampers and looking for any excuse to stay out of the way. Maybe even an excuse to temporarily remove those territorial borders so that we can take care of the problem with impunity.
I do like getting territory back.
It would be temporary, but if they didn't have an issue with us chasing the cult into their territory, just to try and get them out as quickly as possible,
Nothing quite as permanent as a temporary solution, right?
and they're limited to when they're active, we are not, nor are the cult.
So a meeting with Bateman in my future.
Potentially. Now, the downside to this is Aspen won't be there. And she has been the point of contact for Bateman all along. Are we showing our hand that she is out of town and that we are short-handed by not having her at that meeting?
Again, it's how we kind of play it. Could just say that I was at the last one. And so now I'm just kind of the liaison for that. She's taking care of the Fenris thing, making sure that's all going smoothly. I'm just here to pass on the knowledge. That's all he really needs to know.
Are you a good liar? Because he's a lawyer.
Feel like I can do pretty well if I need to.
I have no doubt about that. But just be in mind, he is going to suss out a lie if he can. And if you're not 100% confident that you're going to be able to get away with that lie, we're just going to be showing them something they don't need to know. And they're going to look for that.
You want to know the secret to a good lie? You 100% believe it when you say it. You say it with enough conviction behind it, they're going to believe whatever you say.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's 98% of it. The other
I-
2% I can't teach.
I wouldn't even know. I just tell the truth as often as I can, and I never have to worry.
We'll dig into how that's worked out for you in the past here in a little bit.
Stakes looks you dead in the eye, Jason says, that jacket doesn't look itchy at all.
It doesn't. Thank you. See?
I was lying.
I thank you, Stakes. I had no idea.
Oh, you blindsided me.
Maybe I should meet with them.
Okay. I need you patrolling the territories, just and then keep an eye on our fun little guest.
I would like to request the ability to at least try and find them. I won't do anything else, but I need to know where their den is. if I'm going to be able to safeguard against them.
He takes a moment tapping the table. As long as you take someone with you. Aspen's really big on the whole buddy system thing, so I'm going to try and implement that as much as I can. I don't care who you take, just take someone that you trust, that you know who can run with you, and then keep their cool. And you find it and you come back. That's it. No engage. I don't care if there's a window to grab Willow. Like, she's just standing out at the front gate. You come back.
I know.
Then yes, granted.
She looks over towards Eliza. You mind tending to the bottom feeder this week? Eliza chuckles and then gives a nod. I'll take care of it, Stakes, don't you worry.
Speaking of them, how's that been going? Any pokes around that building that we need to know about? Because everyone else seems to be poking our stuff.
The rat came by, had a radio, talked to Val, proof of life, something like that. Nothing too problematic there. They didn't seem like they were trying to make a plan to jailbreak or anything like that.
Do we know who was on the opposite end of that radio line?
Yeah, Pearl Jam song. What is it? Jeremiah.
Jeremiah. I have to assume this is Leech.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's only been that one time.
So far. Although, the rat told me that he made a deal with them that in exchange for the call, or the ability to make calls, he was going to have one of his in their territory with their knowledge.
What the rat can do with the ratkin, that is their privy.
Good to see the cousins moving.
Normally you don't see him at all. So, yeah.
Eliza says, where there's one, there's 1,000. And thankfully, that's in our favor right now.
Stakes. On your overall patrols around our territories, anything else from the outside trying to come in? I want to know about all the players that we have, enemies that we have coming in, or we've been doing okay for this week.
Been quiet, other than the cult. I smelled a bear.
Florida doesn't
That's
have bears, right?
There's black bears, but they're a little further north, closer to the Georgia border. But this was not a black bear.
the Geral's been brought up in front of Jace, right?
I believe so.
Okay. But it's not the black. It smelled like a bear that you haven't smelled before.
Yeah.
It's kind of an odd smell. Keep an eye on it. But if it's who I think it is, they're gonna keep to their own.
Wait. Are you referring to like a werebear? Because, shoot, who said it? It might have been Jester. She said that, or maybe Aspen. She said that one of the allies we could rely on was someone named Suni?
Yeah.
And I think they mentioned that one of their companions was like that. Or do we know if
It's probably him. He's not
Well-
pressing in on the cairn or anything like that. I just got a sniff out in the woods some distance from here.
also, better question, as we bring up the subject of allies, do we know where Suni is?
Not a clue.
Eliza says, I got her number from Aspen, just in case. But we do have a means of contacting her, but as far as where she's situated, no.
Okay.
Now, not to poo in the Cheerios, but there's also the issue of Hashigat and Matthias. Now, we're not supposed to interfere with that in any way, but that's not stopping them from interfering with us. And we don't know how much of Matthias's knowledge Hashigat has, but if he does have access, he knows where the can is. And that could prove problematic. Now, I am putting the screws to Raymond to get it resolved as soon as possible, but I think it is important to know all of our vulnerabilities if we're going to make any kind of plan. Although the mention of the Garal does give me a very interesting thought. From what I understand, the Garal, more than any of the other changing breeds we've encountered so far, hates the Guru. What if we were to give them a Guru to hate? And tell them they're free to do whatever they like to them?
But would they
But-
accept that plan from us?
I think if you tell them they've got a Guru they can kill, logic is going to go out the window.
Let's table that for right now. I like it, but the fact that we're just going up to them and then let's try other options first before unleashing the Grawl out upon the area. I do like the plan though, because it keeps our hands less dirty.
I've heard stories and songs of Garal fending off 4 or 5 Guru without breaking a sweat.
Ew.
If you want a good distraction,
terrifying.
there's a good one.
We'll look towards Stakes. You can find this place and able to get back safely. I'll more heavily consider talking to the Grawl about possibly setting up a distraction and then see what we can do about getting Willow out, because that is a good point. A Grawl showing up and fighting a bunch of the cult, they're going to send a large force in order to try and stop them. It's less than you would have to do to try and sneak in and get her.
My guess, too, is that they're somewhere remote. They're not going to be around people. They don't want to be worrying about the veil or any of that shit. Not that they do anyway. And they're
Less
probably
attention
not going to make...
overall.
They're probably not going to make the same mistake they made last time, from what I've heard about being in a trailer park with people and making a lot of noise.
Hmm.
So what I'll try and get knocked out. I'll have that conversation with Bateman. Try and get that set up. Also, Eliza brings up a good point. We have a lot of allies that are hidden. Try talking to them and see what aid they would be willing to give. They did come to our aid at Piney Point. They were a big tipping point in our favor for that.
Eliza kind of smirks and says, I really wouldn't mind seeing them battle a dragon. But that's a big ask.
It is. It is. Now we did bring, look towards the large rock formation. Did bring a patron back recently. Some good favors got to be up right now.
True, and Turtle and Gator aren't that so far removed.
Wasn't Jester the one who handled those sorts of relations, though?
Yes.
She was. The Gator lady, honestly, she scares me.
I've heard three things about She Who Shines. One, she's very scary. Two, she hates Garu. And three, Charles wants to fight her so bad.
Correct. On all fronts there.
Well, let me ask you this, Jace. What are you more afraid of? A lizard lady or the disapproving look of Aspen once her cairn's been sacked and she has to come home and find the wreckage that the cult has taken over?
Well, the disappointing look I get all the time. But
I said disapproving.
Yeah, I was saying disappointment. I get disapproving. I haven't quite experienced yet, so I don't want to cross that line yet.
If you ever thought snow could fall in Florida, let me tell you, that gaze makes it seem possible.
You've been on the receiving end of that one?
Oh, certainly not. She loves me.
Must be nice. Okay.
I think we have a lot of good
these.
leads.
Yeah.
Avenues to pursue. I think if Stakes can find their camp, that's a good start. I think talking to Bateman is a good idea, but you better make sure you're very prepared for that conversation. Because he is going to look into your soul in the way leeches do. And then I think maybe in another neighborly way, reaching out to the changing breeds and letting them know that there are other Guru in their area that aren't favorable to them.
Izzie, how many of them have you met?
Of the other...
The changing breeds.
Well, I met Skeeter, obviously,
right.
Back of the shop. Yeah.
One. I think it'd be good for them to know who you are and the role that you play here. I'm not saying go and talk to them alone. I will go with you. If you'd be willing to accompany me to these... Bateman, I feel like I should go alone. I'll handle that one.
You're certain on that? You don't want just someone to look very serious and stern and strong next to you?
Not necessarily. The need to give this look that it's being handled, and bringing in an extra person without Aspen, I feel like is going to give away the charade that she's handling something else here by bringing in another big force. And that's another face that he's going to be able to pinpoint right away. Better to be off his radar.
That is true. It'll also give off the impression that this is no big deal and that you're just giving him a pittance of information.
Right. But speaking of your role, you haven't met our lovely star yet.
Pack patron.
Correct. That. Eliza, if you would do the honor of getting a hold of her.
Of course. She gets up and heads back to the RV and returns a moment later with a brass bowl that seems to be filled with clear water that came from the river. She also has a small leather pouch, and she dumps out a few moonstones into her hand before dropping them into the water of the bowl. The light of the stars and moon up above reflecting off of the surface of the water. How's it just to put it? Oh, that's right. Starlight, star bright. First star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might. Come on, girl. At that point, Jace, you see Izzie, you can't quite see yet. The glow from up above begin to descend in a corkscrewing pattern. You can see a bit of hesitation for a moment, as if she doesn't want to descend fully from the sky, but then after a moment, drops all the way down to the ground. And while you can't see her, Izzie, you can hear her as she says,
"Oh, Eliza, you're such a poet." Hi, Jace.
Hey, Star.
Wait a second. Were you at West Virginia?
That's the thing. Izzie, I'm everywhere.
Great.
Can't have the best seat in the house.
It's actually quite the comfort knowing that she is kind of just sitting there watching, making sure everything's okay. It's always that vigilant eye.
I just
Spirits
saw
tend
the
to do
most
that.
awkward dinner ever.
What? Izzie looks down at his salad bowl. I don't think it was that awkward, right?
No. It's not my story to tell, but believe me, it was awkward.
Well, Star, I would like to formally introduce you to Isidoro Darius, entwined smiles with claws.
It's
I
like
assume
she climbs
he's
up on the
invisible.
table, then walks up in front of him and just turns her head to the side.
realized the voice filter was still on. She climbs up on the table and walks up barefoot to the edge of the table and just leans down so that she's staring him directly in the eye and then turning her head to the side and waving her hand in front of his face.
Just looking around. Doesn't see anything.
So you like this one, huh?
Yeah, him and I actually go way back, all the way back to the echoing roots.
Yeah, I know.
You're right. I try to fill you in like you don't. You're just like a
Oh, I
person.
like
man.
I like it. No, you can tell me stories. I like stories. Okay, well, I guess then, Isidoro Darius, do you promise to serve this care, this out, and Gaia, as long as you have breath? Or to give a treat. That's a thing that they give here too, but that's... Anyway.
I do.
Hey,
At this point, she leans in and gives Izzy a kiss on the forehead. And Isidoro, you feel just an explosion of warmth and tingles rush over your forehead before a blinding light causes you to squeeze your eyes shut. And then when you open them again, you can see this 17-year-old girl sat upon the edge of the table wearing what looks to be a spectral jean jacket with features that seem to have some similarity to both Jester and Aspen.
Hi. I take it this is what you, almighty star, appears as to those who now follow you?
they're very pretty.
Yes, very. So what did I agree to exactly? What do you require of me, a mighty warrior of Gaia, part spirit, all that? Like, do you have any restrictions or bans, any of that?
Are you a good person?
I like to think so.
Are you sure?
I'm suffering a lot with doubt at times, but I like to think so.
Okay. Well, no. Betray any of your coterie mates. Clean up after yourself and make sure that everything is, better than it was when you arrived. And most importantly... What was the third one again? That's mine. I should remember what it was. It's just, don't be an asshole.
That's a new word for you.
I know.
I'm proud of you. Well done. You used it appropriately too.
Ever since the Hellhounds came to town, I've been hearing all kinds of new words.
You know what? That makes sense. I thought you were gonna say you learned that one from Jester. She likes using that one a lot too.
Yeah, but she always, minds her P's and Q's around me.
Well, we'll have to tell her to fucking stop that. There's a new one for you too.
Anyway, Isadora, welcome to our family. We're happy that you're here.
Is this where we have a group hug? Izzie looks over to Jason with a big ol' arm. What?
Sure, we'll bind it with a
hug your
hug.
pack mate? Come on.
It means I have to stand up. He'll stand up and he'll walk over.
Warrior of Gaia, you have to rise from the chair and move 10 feet. I know, a true task. And with that, he'll give a big old squeeze to the two of them.
Oh, I remember the third one. Never refuse a genuine request for aid. That was mine.
I will keep them in my heart.
At that point, she holds out her arms, and as all of you embrace, you see that she just phases through you, but you feel the warmth of a presence as she makes contact. She then looks at you, Izzie, and says,
Do you have allergies?
There was a point when I was maybe like 8 where I had a gluten allergy, but I grew out of it.
Okay.
At that point, she shakes her head a few times, and you see this stardust start to fall from her hair into her outstretched hand, where it collects, and then she holds her hand right in front of your face and blows, and as she does so, the stardust just peppers up against your face into your nostrils, causing you to, well, if you choose to sneeze, or you can make composure and resolve to try and fight it.
He's gonna hold it in.
Okay, then give me a composure and resolve.
What is current rage? I assume 1.
1, yeah.
That's a crit for 4.
Okay. So as you feel yourself getting prepared to, you manage to stuff it down, hold it back. But then, on the heels of all that stardust, your senses are almost immediately assaulted with the smell of earth and ground. You know the smell of Guru to a certain degree, the scent of tracking, but you've never really smelled their true scent. And really, it's just that scent times 1,000, with some varying differences in between. But you can, in that moment, detect that there are 4 other Guru present.
Oh. Star, thank you.
That is, well,
That is my gift to you.
So I can, or like,
You can smell. You can smell anything that isn't. Well, I mean, you can smell if they are human, but really what's going to stand out is anything that is. But you have to,
Okay.
like. Do it with intention. The first hit's free. I learned that one too.
yeah, this is a spirit game, all right. So other
Who are
than
you hanging out with?
It's Tampa, Jace. And I see and hear everything.
You're growing up so fast. Last I saw you, you were just now riding a motorcycle, and I had to tell you to put on a helmet. And now you're talking about drugs.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why I'd have to wear a helmet.
Safety. That's why.
Okay. But yeah, if you, take a really deep breath, just like everyone else in the pack, you'll be able to sniff out anything odd.
Okay. That's going to be very helpful. Most of the time, I just have to look at people funny and see how they react. But, hey. Thank you.
at this point, Star just keeps nodding her head, just looking between all of you.
Izzie mirrors the motion, looking to Jason with the, "This is your field. I'm just a visitor."
Star, thank you so much for coming down and gifting Izzie with what you have. I might be calling on you in the near future. I'm going to be having another roundtable. I know you'll see, but I'll give you a formal invitation now if you want to hang out.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Okay.
Good night.
It's good to see you. Bye.
I'm
And
sure
at
we'll
that
keep in touch.
point, she starts flapping her arms and just starts slowly rising off of the ground as if she is flying, even though she doesn't really need to. And then takes off into the sky where the star just glows bright for a moment before settling in with all the others in the night sky.
So that's
Jason?
Star.
Yeah, that's Star. Granted, my experience with spirits is a bit more limited, but where does Star rank on the types of spirits you normally interact with? Because for the ones I've seen, Duckhawk, Imperious, only ever spoke when you should shut up and listen. And then for Cloudfall, it was dreary and sad all the time, but Star was the opposite. So
As far as where she ranks, and he'll look up higher than most of the others, but she's always in a very chipper mood. She's always there to lift you, well, up.
Eliza says, she was a messenger to Luna when we first encountered her. I believe she has received a promotion of sorts and is what you would call an incarna.
we have an Incarna as a... okay. Hell yeah.
Yeah. As the pack has grown and grown in experience and renown, so too has she.
I'm not turning my nose up at that. In fact, I'm going to be turning my nose at other things now, I think.
It does come in handy. And a few times Aspen's asked me to just regular walks to check people out. Tampa's got shifty people in general. Every now and then we find a few odd ducks.
Was there anything else? I'm sorry, that was so... I almost forgot we were kind of at war. That was nice.
She'll do that. But as far as going forth, I'm just going to do a recap. Stakes, you're going to go out and see what you can find. You're going to have someone go out and report what you find. Izzie, you and I will have a few chats with the different changing breeds just to kind of feel them out. See how that goes. I'll talk with the spirits.
Do we want to start with the ones we know first, or?
Yeah. First we're gonna start off easy. And talk to the Ratkin, give them an update. And then I'll see how I'm feeling the next day or the next time we go and chat and see if I want to go talk to a bear or a dragon and go from there.
Or
then,
a were-coyote.
Yeah,
I would
Suni.
recommend dealing with Suni if you're intending to have any contact with the Garal. Approaching them directly would be a mistake.
That's a fair point. We'll talk to Suni so she can get in contact with him, and then we'll have our sit down. I'll have my chat with Bateman, see how that goes, and then just keep me updated on things going on. If things get too out of control, I have a way of reaching the big boss, and I'm sure she'll come running if things get too crazy here. But I want to try and make it as easy for her up there as possible by just saying everything's just fine.
Well, that
Everything's just fine.
That poses a question. Are you intending to tell her about our current predicament?
I'm going to let her know that it's being handled, but yes, I'm going to be upfront about that aspect.
I hope you have the frequent flyer miles to cover her coming back, because I sure as hell don't.
We'll see. I'm sure the hot air alone will cover the gas mileage or the need for that, because she's going to have a lot breathing down my neck. But I'm going to be honest with her, let her know that what's going on with the Hellhounds and the current standing. I'm going to try and say it in a way that it's not as bad as it is, so she can focus on things up there, because they need her up there.
You could also just wait until it's resolved and tell her after the fact.
I've tried that in the past with her, and it ends up a lot worse for me when she finds after the fact.
All right, good luck with that.
Thanks. It's it's what these shoulders are for.
At this point, Stakes says, "This is why I don't have a phone."
Yeah, I got a way of reaching you too.
So as the... Oh, go ahead.
I will say that this meeting is concluded unless anyone else has anything else they need to bring up.
One last thing, if you'll permit me.
Go for it.
They may not know where the cairn is. Either cairns. Either the ones the Hellhounds have in the city or this one here. However, it would be wise of us to start making contingencies for where we might inflict pain points on anyone who tries to breach the bond.
I'm going to be talking to the old gesture to the trees in the area. These guardians, I'm sure, will do what they can, but I will be talking to them all here soon to make sure that we have as many safeguards up as we can.
Okay.
Anything else? All right. Take the food. Stakes, if you want the rest of the beer, it's all yours.
Wasn't even gonna ask. She says as she kicks her feet down and goes by, just swiping the 12-pack and walking off. As the meeting comes to a close, you have some leads. You have a plan. You have preparation. But to truly be prepared is to be on guard at all times. Because you might not have recalled that when you took that sniff in, there were 4 other Guru present. This is where we transition to our final scene of the first half of tonight's story. Aspen, the flight to Vermont was possibly the longest flight you've ever taken. And you have flown across the country when you went to visit Sun. But this flight was different. And it was different because you knew everything you were leaving back at home. All of the potential problems, the lower numbers, and the cult quite literally at your doorstep. But being there for your pack means being there for all of your pack, even those that have to leave. So as you arrive in Vermont, as Artie picks up the rental car and you make the long drive to southern Vermont, literally the middle of nowhere, where there are some mountains in the distance and woods stretching for miles, it makes your little piece of land, your little park, seem minuscule in comparison to the wild you now find yourself in. Artie, knowing the way to the estate, takes the wheel and does most of the driving. And he tries to keep you distracted and chatty, but your mind can't help but think about all the other things going on, to the point that you find yourself tuning him out accidentally until he says something or jostles you slightly to snap you back to the present. One of those jostles just happens to be when you arrive. And you find yourself in a set-aside parking lot that seems to be a little bit of a distance away from the house itself, but through the trees you can see the outline or the makings of this large estate with plantation-esque pillars framing the front door. You can see a massive tree, possibly taller than most of the other trees here, and they are very tall, towards the back of the property. At this point, Artie looks to you and says, "This is my nightmare. They don't allow the Weaver in the official cairn itself. So we're going to have to leave our phones and stuff in our room when we get there. We can have them. They're not going to take them away or anything like that, but the only way you're going to be able to interact with it is in the house itself."
And she's gonna look at her phone and send 3 texts to Jace, because Aspen has her Guru Sept leader Spidey senses, and they were going off. So she sends 3 texts in a row, one a little bit more aggressive than the next, asking what's going on. But then she puts her phone away and looks at Artie and just takes in like the deepest breath she can.
He's got this. Yeah. He's got this. And you've got this. There's nothing down there that they can't handle. They're older than you are. They've been in Guru society longer than you are. Trust their experience. I know it's hard, but if you don't trust them, why are you running with them?
Yeah, no, I get it. Just always seems to be so weird as soon as... Anyways, no, we're here and this is what's important. I got it.
I remember the last time I was here. This place is very intimidating. and you're going to swear that there's eyes following you in the paintings and that there's ears everywhere. Just be aware. Be in the moment with me here, because this is the last place you want to be distracted. Trust me.
Okay.
He takes your hand and gives it a squeeze before opening the door and stepping out. As you climb out of the rental Jeep, not quite Regina, but as close as one can get, you begin the walk up the dirt driveway that leads past the fence line of Morningkill Estate. As you're nearing the front doors between the pillars, you see two individuals standing out front waiting to greet you. One, a tall woman with dark skin and a literal crown of hair as it has been woven up into almost like a bun, but more of just like a circlet around her head. And she's wearing an clearly hand-woven but still very presentable clothing. And then the other one is a man who couldn't be more of the opposite of that particular situation. And in fact, he seems to be standing a foot or so behind that woman at the front. He is dressed in a hand-woven tunic and breeches. He has a shoulder-strap bag over his shoulder and seems to have his head slightly bowed as you approach. But the woman speaks first. Welcome, guests. Arthur, good to see you again. Seraphine, may I present to you Aspen Weiss, the Sept leader of the Sept of the Evening Star. Aspen, this is Seraphine DeLuc, the voice of the king and the court. Galliard of the Silver Fangs. Seraphine steps forward, holding her hands out, both of her hands as if to take yours, and says, "Welcome, cousin. We have been looking forward to your arrival ever since we met, Arthur."
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Aspen Oathbreaker, and she'll grab both of her hands. The pleasure is all mine, of course.
Of course. Allow me to introduce our attaché, Elias Rook. He is our Ghislaine emissary of sorts, our intermediary. He also tends to work with many of the new kin, getting them acquainted to the Sept when we have them. Elias steps forward and bows, almost like a half bow at the waist, and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Aspen Oathbreaker."
She'll put her hand out to shake his.
He takes
Very
it.
nice to meet you.
Seraphine says, "Elias will show you to your room and make sure that you have everything you need and are accommodated. But before we do that, is there any questions I can answer for you here? I'm sure Arthur has filled you in on many of the particulars of this place."
Oh, so many questions. I'm very excited to see the ins and outs here. What can you tell me about your Sept, just as a whole? Maybe some of the people I should see and meet.
Oh, well, of course. The Sept is obviously very prestigious and is the seat of power of the Guru Nation. In fact, the throne is carved into the living tree itself that you may have seen on your approach out back. Many a moot has been held here, as well as many a council, and the last concordant took place here. You can see that she kind of bites back a little bit about how that particular meeting, which you know to be the meeting that caused the cult of Fenris and the Stargazers to depart the nation, really, some say, when the nation truly fell apart, or the major cracks formed within it. Of course, you know our king, Jonas Albrecht, descendant of Jonah Morningkill. Then there is also myself. I often act as the messenger and emissary ambassador of sorts, but we don't need to be so formal amongst our tribe. And then there's our master of the hunt, who is actually one of the only lupusborns that we have amongst our numbers. And his name is Winter's Breath, but he also goes by the name Mikhail Sokolov. There is Brother Tomas Varga, the Keeper of the Dead and the Ancestor Speaker, one of our Sept Theurges. There is Ingrid Stormbreaker, the Fostern Champion and War Leader in Training of the Red Talons, who is here learning at the, well, I suppose at the feet of Iron Oath, who you've already met. There is Victor Hale, our Sept Warden, and a Silverfang Arun, also trained alongside the heir at the behest of Iron Oath. There is Lady Katerina Volkova, Iron Oath's daughter and the betrothed of Charles Albrecht, the queen consort to be. There's Lady Anastasia Volkova, master of the right and keeper of the sacred law, wife to Iron Oath and mother to Lady Katerina. There is the Gilded Fang, Alina Petrovna, the keeper of lineage and the noble arbiter, a Philodox like yourself. And that's all I think that requires recognition. I'm sure the others would like to introduce themselves in time.
Okay, wonderful. That's plenty of people to get to know. I appreciate it. And at what point will I be doing my proper introduction with King Albrecht, as respect to his territory, of course?
Of course. The king doesn't take a great many visitors in these days. He takes quite a bit of time to convalesce between meetings, but I will pass along your intentions and desire to introduce, and I'll bring you his response as soon as I know. What timing works best for him, of course.
Of course. I wouldn't have him on my time. That would be rude, of course. But my other question is, I know that Charles and Jester Silvertongue have made their way here. I was wondering if they've been well accommodated and when I could converse with them.
Of course. No, they just arrived a few days prior, and they have been settled in quite nicely, and you can meet with them at your leisure. I'll be sure to point out Jester's room to you.
Perfect.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'll allow Elias to take over from here. And please don't hesitate to reach out to me for anything that you need. You are our most welcome guests, and we are happy to have you.
Thank you very much.
At this point, she bows her head respectfully and moves into the estate. And as Elias kind of takes the lead, gesturing you inward, he parts off, heading off to a different wing of the house as he approaches the staircase leading up to the second floor. Welcome to Morningkill Manor. This is the foyer, of course, but I'll be sure to give you a tour of the rest of the house once you've had time to settle in and do whatever you need to do to feel prepared. We have the makings of a warm bath, if that is something that you desire. I know it was something Miss Silvertongue did enjoy upon her arrival. But follow me. I'll show you to your room. He leads you up the staircase a few strides ahead of you and Artie. Artie leans in a little conspiratorially and says, I think this guy is the only sane one in this house. He's actually pretty cool. I was able to work with him on setting up a network, some kind of connection to the outside in this house.
Oh, good. So at least we have one that we can slightly, at least see reason.
When you're a Ghislaine amongst the wolves, I think it allows you to be a little bit more rational.
Very true.
As you reach the landing, he starts taking you down a hallway until he stops in front of a large wooden door. He opens the door and gestures inside, and what you see is a marvelous hand-carved four-poster bed with what looks to be a woven, almost gauzy fabric that seems to surround the outside like curtains. This is clearly a suite for esteemed guests who are welcomed into the house, and you definitely see the presence and ornamentals of Falcon throughout the building, whether it's in artwork or even perched upon the posts of the bed, hand-carved falcons that seem to be looking downward, studying in a way only they can. Would you like some food brought up? Elias says. I'm sure you're starving from your journey.
Absolutely. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
I'll have the kitchen prepare something and bring it to you shortly. There is the restroom inside of the room itself attached. The bath, however, does require hot water to be brought up from the spring. So if you do have any desire for a bath, don't be afraid to reach out to myself or one of the Ghislaine, and we'd be happy to accommodate you.
Wonderful. I was informed of the lack of Weaver influence within these walls, so it is safe within our room, but anywhere else would need to be left behind, correct?
Mostly within the cairn proper, which is out behind the house. There's a reason we park the vehicles so far away, so as not to intrude too much upon the wild's grasp upon the area. There are so few places like that left. But yes, you do have access to the Weaver within the house. The court and the Sept, of course, understand these changing times, and we don't want to be too far away from communique from any of the others, although we tend to use spirits more than technology when possible.
Understandable. Just wanted to make sure I understood the rules and the parameters. I do have a whole Sept, after all.
Of course, we understand. And if you need any spiritual assistance in reaching them more directly, you can always talk to the Lady Volkova. She is well versed and, as the Master of the Rite, is very talented in such affairs.
Perfect. Okay. Well, I don't want to keep you. I'm sure you're busy with all the guests.
I am at your pleasure, so anytime that you need, there is a cord. It will ring a bell downstairs, and one of us will be with you immediately.
Okay. Is there anything I could do for you?
He seems slightly startled at the question, or taken aback at the question. No, this has been my absolute pleasure meeting you.
Okay, well, if there's anything needed of me, don't hesitate to ask.
I'm sure the voice or the speaker of the Sept will call for you at some point for an audience, but for the time being, make yourself comfortable. This is, after all, the home of the Silverfangs. And with that, he bows his head and takes a few steps back before turning and moving down the hallway. Artie clearly is biting his bottom lip very, very hard, trying not to probably laugh as you can see his face starting to turn a little bit red. They
She
weren't
closed-
nearly this formal with me when I got here.
As she closes the door and leans against it. You said Elias is the most sane one, right?
I mean, as sane as one can be surrounded by Guru.
It didn't give you any Get Out vibes at all?
I mean, this whole place gives me Get Out vibes, just in general. But he's a good guy. I mean, they don't treat him poorly, if that's kind of what you're thinking. Like, he is just very well versed in etiquette and wants to make a good impression on behalf of all the Ghislaine of the area. So you get him, in a less formal capacity, and he's a pretty good dude.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. It felt very strange. But if you say it's all on the up and up, as much as I guess it could be around here, she looks up at the falcons, like make her really uncomfortable just staring down.
First impressions mean a lot here, and you made a great one. So don't worry about it. It seems a lot more formal than I think it is, especially if they do a hunt, which I'm guessing they probably will. I think you'll see a lot of the formality kind of shake off a little bit.
Deep trenched in tradition. I get it.
Wouldn't hold your breath about meeting the king, though. Even I didn't meet the king when I was here. I got an audience with him, but it's, like you said, on his own time, and that time might be never, but we'll see. They seem to handle most of his affairs on the front end, and he just exists, I guess. That's the vibe I got.
I don't see how they'll be able to ignore it when all of this comes to a head with Charles. It's kind of hard to take over leadership without exchanging said leadership personally.
Yeah. I don't know if they're going to let Jester and me in for that, but I don't know. I don't know how it's up. Do you have any idea how this could potentially go?
I have a feeling that it's going to be a lot of flowery words and what's best for the Gru Nation and what needs to be done, and Silver Fangs are the leaders of this great nation and blah, blah, blah. You know how it goes.
I just can't even imagine what this place would have been like in its heyday when everything was actually kind of good. Because it still would have been haunting to me even then.
I think the idea of one person leading everything is haunting in its own right.
Is that what you do? In a microcosm?
No, I'm just a face of an ideal.
Oh, I don't know. I think your phone says otherwise. And it actually does, because I speak to it.
Well, that's rude and intrusive. And if you weren't my fiance, I'd be more upset.
And that's why I told you and didn't just keep it to myself, because I knew you wouldn't be.
Oh, I feel like there's going to be a lot happening here. And it's all going to be kind of awful.
Yeah, we just have to stick together, group up with Jester as soon as possible, find out what she's experienced here, and we gotta support Charles no matter what he decides. Even if it's what I know you don't want to. This is what he was born for. This is what they've molded him to be. That doesn't shake off very easily.
I'll support it. I also just want to make sure that it's what he wants and not what he feels like he has to do.
get a feeling there's not a lot of wanting here.
Well, that's here.
Yeah. The two of you get settled. You see that there are clothes actually made up and put into drawers of an armoire for you, of all the same hand-stitched fabric. You are, of course, allowed to wear your own clothes if you so desire, but out of respect for keeping the weaver, it is highly recommended that you use the clothes that are provided. And they are fairly stylish and befitting of Silver Fangs. You can see some with, silvery embroidered wolves on them, or, of course, falcons, which seem to have their claws in every little bit of this house. But as you're settling in, possibly getting changed, maybe unpacking, there is a light rap at the door.
I will go answer it immediately, just to see what's going on.
At that point, you see Elias with a little kind of rolling tray with several platters upon it. I made a few educated guesses as to what you might enjoy. He lifts up one of the platters and gives a wink to Artie, and you can actually see that there are dino nuggies, or at least chicken nuggets that are breaded and shaped like dinosaurs. They're not like the official package bought ones, but clearly an attempt was made to make them. And Artie just kind of nods his head appreciatively. Is there anything else that I can bring you?
No. Is there anything you could tell me about this place?
I suppose that depends. What would you like to know? There's a great deal I could tell you.
Well, how do you feel about it? She gets a little informal.
I respect what it stands for. It is a place for politics, but it's also a place that should feel secure because it represents, well, everything that this legacy stands for. And while it is a bit antiquated, having been built during the Revolutionary War times, it's good against a great deal and still stands. And I think there's something to be respected about that. They have always made us feel welcome and protected and safe. And despite what you might have heard, I want to believe that everyone here has the best of the nation in mind.
Understood. Another quick question. When was the last time you saw the king?
Well, just yesterday. I brought him his dinner.
Can I roll an insight just to make sure?
Yeah.
Okay. What is my rage, sir?
I would say you're at a 2. I think just like Jester, you're going to be at a solid 2, unless provoked otherwise for the majority of this visit.
That's 4.
He seems to be telling the truth. There is nothing about, in fact, it just seems flat out. He just said, yeah, last night.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that, he does exist, because from my understanding, there's not a lot of meetings with him. And she smirks, like, being a little playful.
The king is a very private person. When you've lived as long as he in a society as, well, full of sacrifice as this one, it weighs heavy. I can't imagine the burden that he feels of responsibility for all of this, considering everything that's happened and everything he's lost.
Absolutely. From the small history that I know, I can't imagine being burdened with all of the weight of every guru. It's understandable.
I couldn't even begin to comprehend it. I just find myself fortunate to be able to help those who are fighting the real fight with every possible advantage I have to give. Although, and he looks around carefully, Seraphine left out something very important that I feel you should be aware of so as not to be caught off guard.
Of course.
There is a member of the court that is of the Get of Fenris. And I do mean the Get, not the cult. He has been loyal ever since his tribe left, and he is held in high esteem here. In fact, he is the law speaker and the keeper of oaths of the Sept. But there has been some suspicion as of late as to his intentions for being here and why he did not leave with his tribe. But those are merely whispers. He has done nothing to arouse any suspicion of wrongdoing. But to part from one's entire tribe, that is a curious thing, is it not?
I think so. But ideals motivate people. Ideas, feelings. So, of course, there could be other reasons, but I get it in a small way.
I think you'll find those that remain, even after so many have departed, look to gain from their loyalty. Just bear that in mind as you make your intentions known. I do not mean to frighten you. No harm will come to you here, especially as a member of the tribe, but there are machinations that I believe you should potentially speak with Miss Silvertongue about.
Understood, and I appreciate your insight, Elias.
I live to serve. Please don't hesitate to call upon me, and in fact, I was planning a tour later this evening for all of our guests now that the full party has assembled. So I will come to speak to you before dusk.
Absolutely, and I would very much love it if I could see what you and Artie had worked on the last time he was here.
I will be sure to include that in the tour. It's not overly glamorous, but Arthur was patient enough and kind enough to appeal to the less technological members of the Sept to make sure that it is as accessible as possible to all. Even our dear Master of the Hunt has started to make use of the services it provides, if nothing out of a curiosity, if nothing else.
That's wonderful. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Indeed. Well, I will see you later this evening then.
Thank you.
Bows his head and steps back, closing the door behind him as he does so. You can hear the faintest of footsteps moving away from the door, and then silence. The house has a soundtrack to it. When the wind picks up, you can sometimes hear the creaking of the roof. You can hear branches that have been long ignored in need of trimming scraping against the glass-paned windows. But it sounds more like a catacomb than a place filled with life. Whispers in hidden corridors. Respect, to be sure, But is it a respect on the surface? Or is it true loyalty? This is the Game of Thrones. No pun intended. And you have just become a player. This is where we'll go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves at a spiritual roundtable already in progress. Jace, you've always made these gatherings open to any spirits that wish to have a voice, wish to give some input or some guidance. And for the most part, there are the usual suspects. Rat, maybe some of the lesser spirits of the cairn, some of the guardians, and obviously Star. But on this particular instance, it's a very special roundtable because of a new resident that has started to take up a place within the cairn, the now official cairn patron, Turtle. So as you are all gathered in the designated area that you have created for these roundtable meetings, why don't you go ahead and describe the area for me, what it looks like and kind of the overall aesthetic of it.
So the area itself, there's an old rug that Jace had refurbished that he had laid down on some dirt. And then he has all these wooden cutouts, like these little circles all around for different seats. And then on parts of the carpet, he has different offerings of both wild and weaver on the carpet itself. That way to help all other spirits that want to come and see that there is offering, that they are welcome. And then everything about it is it's a round table, so everyone has a voice. No one is at the head of this, that everyone is able to be heard and say their piece.
In most of the conversations, it's pretty light discussion, trying to get the overall vibe of the spirits of the area, talking about matters within the city. But considering everything that's happened as of late, considering this immense responsibility that has been put upon you, what is Jace feeling as this meeting goes on?
Jace is continuously trying to put on a strong face, but he feels like he's in over his head. The fact of what's been happening with the Hellhounds, he's been losing sleep. He's constantly checking his phone, trying to stay in touch with his mind speak to see if anyone's trying to reach out to him so he can be there to help. So he's in and out almost during this round table, not able to give his 100% focus like he normally is able to, because he has all these other things he's trying to keep track of.
As you're letting all these thoughts go through your head, Rat looks over at the looming Turtle, who doesn't really have a space or a seat as much as he is the area nearby, and says, "Now explain to me how you can be asleep for like 300 fucking years and you haven't lost a pound. You are chubby, my friend, and you've got to be doing something about that."
How would you feel if I said you aren't chubby enough?
Turtle brings his head down, which is pretty high up, possibly like 3 or 4 feet off the ground, down to Rat's level. And Rat, who is sitting on this little tabletop with his tiny little pot belly out, just starts slapping it with 2 of his paws, almost tauntingly in Turtle's direction, before the 2 of them just erupt into laughter as much as possible. And Rat waddles over to the edge of the table and then reaches up and pats Turtle upon the head and says, "Good to see you, old man. Didn't know when we'd cross paths again."
It's good to have him back.
It is, thanks to you and all of you. We never thought we'd see his face again. We thought sacrifice meant, actually gone.
Yeah, the pack really came together for this one. Although this place doesn't, the pack, we never really feel separated, well, till right now, actually.
You'll do fine. You're not like unhealthily codependent on them or something, are you? I mean, I know all of you as wolves have a codependency issue, but, you know, take it from a rat who also has, you know, a pile of friends. We also know how to go it alone if we need to.
I'm okay on my own as long as someone else is in charge, because then they take all the heat. As much of rat as I can be, shadows are my friend. This is a lot of spotlight.
Well, you do have a face for radio, that's true.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. And apparently you need to put on some more pounds, so I'll get more Ritz crackers for you and add some like cheese and extra shit on there for you.
I'm extremely jealous of my good-looking kids. You gotta understand that. It's just not fair.
I understand.
At this point, Star, who's been sitting nearby, just kind of enjoying the whole affair, her elbows propped up on the table and her chin in her hands, is just watching Turtle and Rat interact back and forth before she says,
And guys, jokes aside, we've really gotta talk about what's going on around here. Like, things are crazy.
Yeah, and I think they're only going to get worse, unfortunately.
seriously though, when aren't they crazy? Like, I don't understand what the big deal is. It's just like another year in the life of Guru. Oh, enemies at the gates, barbarians at the door. Big fucking surprise.
I'm okay with constant crazy. Like, if it's a consistent amount of crazy, that's fine. It's when it's more that comes on, and when we finally start to plateau, we get used to it. It's immediately we dip down into a whole new level of it. And it's that constant just adapting to new bullshit that comes up. It's just a lot.
Well, survivor to survivor, I'm going to ask you a tough question, Jace, that I know you're not going to want to answer. When do you pull the ripcord on the whole hostage situation? When is it too much to try and save them? I get it. You guys don't like the idea or concept of sacrificing one another, and I don't even think it's about that. I'm not saying it's a willing sacrifice. I'm just saying, like, you know, how much is it going to cost to get back, and was it worth just losing one instead of losing 3 or 4 or 5 trying to get that one back? I mean, we're not going to Saving Private Ryan this bitch, are we?
It's not even so much that one guru, it's what one guru being lost represents. If we can show that one guru being taken means nothing to us, then that just opens the door for them to continue to keep doing it. Now, it's a fair thing to consider. At some point, I have to weigh the measures, and is it an acceptable loss? I feel like the plan we have set up for Stakes to go out there and take a look, that's going to give me that X factor to figure out this equation, because I don't know when to pull that cord. Right now, I don't think we're there yet. But if they have this huge fortified place and Stakes comes back like they got 100+ guru, there's
Buddy,
nothing we could do at that point.
I'm not even sure there's 100+ guru in the world, so I can assuage your guilt about that now. But I mean, I love my baby girl Stakes. She's one of us. You know, I look out for her, but she's she can be loyal to a fault, especially when it comes to young ones. And another lupus born being in a situation like that, that is that's a moth near a flame, my friend. I can keep her in check to a certain degree, but when she doesn't want to listen to me, she just kind of snaps in my direction and I have to go scurrying off.
Yes, but she understands that hierarchy as well. And she knows that I told her that regardless if even if she's standing out front, no one around, she needs to come back. Like, everything we have to take with a grain of salt. They're not just setting things up for us. They're wanting us to fail. And she understands that.
She's a survivor. She'll do the right thing that she needs to do. I just, I'm not saying you just give them up. Obviously, an attempt should be made. I think it's just a matter of how much you're willing to pay. What's the cost? What cost is acceptable, and when does it become unacceptable? Because also, you got to keep in mind that your new worm foe is also a unicorn riding, earth-loving hippie, and might be a little bit more eager to get his tribe mate back than most would be.
And I understand that. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to keep him away from the situation. Izzie, I know, is a great combatant, and I'm sure he'd be able to take out one, maybe two, hell, even three of them. But at their hive, it's not going to work out. And he's changed a lot, but his emotion in the situation, I feel like, would get the better of him, and he wouldn't be able to keep a cool head heading in there and keep that mission like I'm just in right now to sneak and grab. Because I thought about sending him with Stakes. I did. I was like, that might be a great idea, other than the fact he's emotionally compromised with the overall situation. So I'm trying to keep him away from that.
Gotta say, this situations like this give me a new appreciation for the suit. Able to detach themselves and be purely logical about the situation, because that's rare amongst Garou to begin with. And now you got a lot of dangling ties there. Not just, Isidoro, not just Stakes, but then there's also the one that found her, Quinn. And Kinseekers, they take a very special interest in the ones that they find. You remember?
Yeah. Yeah, he was on my ass for a better part of a year, constantly watching over my shoulder.
This kid ain't a year.
Yeah.
Well, that brings up a really good point. I can tell you, with the utmost confidence, he is safe, and that no harm will come to her that she doesn't bring upon herself. I know
That's
that's
comforting.
hectic and vague, I'm sorry. I just, having the ability to see everything comes with a certain price tag sometimes.
I understand. That
You
it
can't
is
just be
comforting.
like, oh, they're over here, go save them, but I can't. Doesn't work that way.
No, the fact that you can even just say that they're fine, that no harm has come to them yet, that does help with some of the weight. Because if they're constantly being tortured, I need to move up the timeline. But the fact that she's okay, it gives me a little bit of wiggle room to figure out this plan.
Yeah, I mean, she's not being tortured. I could definitely put it that way. Once upon a time, well, anyway, but yeah, she's okay, I think. She's definitely got that fire inside of her that Ember loves so much, and, I think she is not gonna go down without a fight for sure, but she's keeping her spirits up.
Good. I might be stretching a bit, but when you did see, can you give me a rough idea of numbers? Like how down bad are we as far as us against them?
Well, I had to guess, with the current circumstances, you're looking at maybe 2 to 1.
So they double. Cool.
Now, not all of them are Garou. I can say that with confidence, but I can also say they are recruiting. They're up to something. And I don't think it's just on the Garou side of things.
All right. He'll give a nodding smile gesture towards Star, then look over towards Turtle. He'll kind of reach his hand out and kind of pat the shell the best he can. Can I ask something small from you?
You can always ask. And if it is within my power, it will be done.
The guru within this sept, and that includes Terrance. I know that you're all about a shield, a protection. Whenever they're out and about outside of this place, are you able to give them a little bit extra, give them an edge while they're out there, alert them, help them out? And if it comes with you needing something, you speak it and I'll see it done.
It is not a matter of need. I am still recovering and reasserting myself in this new world. But the ground has been dug up and pockmarked by development. My control of the area is quite weak, with the Weaver's influence so vast.
Okay. An extra vigil on the cairn then?
The cairn will be safe.
Thank you. That's a bigger concern for mine. The guru in the area have already gone through losing one. I don't know if they'd be able to handle a second one.
Turtle's head just slowly nods. At this point, you hear a rustling up in the tree. And as you look upwards, you see a massive shape in the darkness looming in the tree up above. And for a moment, it's just staring until it suddenly starts to descend down in an almost ethereal manner, legs not moving, no actual forward momentum. But from the spider's thorax, a long cord of this umbral webbing seems to attach itself up into the trees above, specifically these large metal cords that Charles has hung up, which help obscure the cairn. As a large spider with a very kind of greenish brown tint descends in from up above. And it is massive in size. Not as big as Turtle, thankfully, but pretty big. Its little fangs kind of twitch slightly, its 8 eyes blinking with an ethereal glow as they look over, and then they perch their legs down and move over towards one of the stools and climb up upon it, even though it's tiny compared to their massive form.
Sorry I'm late.
There's no timeline. You're totally fine.
Artie left me parts at the apartment, or at the house, so it is a little bit more effort to get here. I am Regina. It is good to finally meet you face to face, Jace.
It's nice to meet you too. And thank you for all that you do, the constant showing up when we need you. It's greatly appreciated.
Of course. The least I can do. He was jealous of you for a while, you know.
Who, Artie?
Yes, but he's gotten over it.
Jealous of what? The guy's got degrees. He's got a good job.
Consider it my payback for being left so far away from this place, but he thought you were going to take his girl.
Oh. Thought about it, and then I got to know her better, and that sounded like a lot more baggage than I wanted to handle. So.
Fair enough. So what's all this shit talking the Weaver going on?
Not shit talking, just talking about the overall expansion, especially since Turtle's been back. Weaver's grown quite a bit around here.
I'll say. I can't even imagine what it was like with all those fields and boring-ass trees and no life whatsoever aside from all the little squirrels and animals running around. It was quiet. Yeah, I bet it was. So what is it you need? What is it you were looking for? Someone to look out for your friends out there in the great, vast, wild world?
Yeah, the way that the cult's been acting, they're hitting the Gru when we're at our weakest. And with us being low on numbers right now, I'm not saying it's going to need to be a constant thing, but just an extra vigilant eye out there, just to give them aid on something. You have a way of finding a path out of situations or to a destination. So if they're ever in a spot, I'd really appreciate if you were able to help them out.
I can keep my eyes peeled and my legs on the webs, just detecting any possible tremors. But as Turtle said, this is a very, very noisy city, and there are a lot of webs to keep track of. But if there is something that I can do, I'll do it. But I need you to understand, my deal is with your pack, not with your set. I won't put myself in a great deal of harm's way unnecessarily.
No, that's understood. But any help will be appreciated. The fact that you're even willing to do that, that's huge.
I'll do what I can. One of the ways I was able to help most was that the opportunity presented itself, and the odds of success outweighed the risk. That being said, I do detect a tremor in the webs. Movement. A great deal of movement, and it seems to be located near that pack. I believe that they might be zeroing in on them.
You'll look towards Rat and Star, to everyone sitting there. We can get a message out to them. I'm not sure where they're at right now, and cell service isn't great here.
Well, they have a Weaver spirit in residence at their respective cairns. I can send word along the webs to it, and it may be able to provide some advance warning based off of what it is able to detect.
A little bit of a warning's better than none. This tremor, how big? We like big shake, or is it just little skitters?
I wouldn't call them little, but I also wouldn't call it a war band.
So it could be just a patrol.
Bigger than their patrols have been.
going to pull out his phone and get a message ready, just so when he does leave the cairn, it will be ready to send. These are the things I'm worried about. These little hits along the area, testing our overall defenses. I asked you guys for a huge favor beforehand, and I wanted that to be kind of a one-time thing to show up and fight for Gaia the way that you guys did. But that might be happening more often than I'd like, and I do apologize for that.
Kid, we're not idiots. It's never just a one-time thing. Every time one of you uses a gift or something like that, it's us showing up. We know what we're into, we know what we're about, and we know what's on the line. That being said, don't abuse it. But
Yeah.
like, don't be like, oh, spirit, come brush my teeth for me or some shit like that, because that's not happening. You can wipe your own ass, thank you. But we do what we can. Obviously, we're kind of limited. That's why you're here at all. Else we'd be fighting this fight on all fronts, but we can't. We're stuck where we are for the most part. But what I can help provide you with is some advice. You're not as alone as you think you are. And I know you talked about the Farah and all that good stuff, and they're great. Love my kids, they're great. But be mindful of all of the resources you have. Humans ain't so fragile as they seem. You got a few in your corner, even if they don't know what that fully entails. They might be able to provide some help for you. It's easy to think that, oh, it has to be the guru. They don't think that way. Why should you? Clearly, they're recruiting humans if what Star says is to be believed. Maybe you should do the same.
I'd be lying if I didn't think about going to the church and bringing up the subject to them as well.
I don't know about that whole mess with the whole glowy girl and all the crazy shit she can do, but I mean, what was said about the bear could also be said about the monster hunters. You point them in the direction of something bad. Maybe you could just sit back and let it happen.
As soon as the bear got brought up, I thought of them. There's something about them. They just seem to know a lot about us, and it just doesn't feel right that they just are aware of so much going on. And I'm not trying to say that like humans shouldn't know these kind of things.
Oh, they absolutely shouldn't know these kinds of things. Humans are fucking reckless and scary. Like,
yeah,
they will kill anything they don't know or understand or get along with. Or they'll try to, what's the rule? Rule 47 it. But, it is what it is. The more they know, the more dangerous they are. But also, they're not immune to the trauma this kind of world has on them. Whether it's a bunch of leeches feasting on their family and friends, or whether it's, some reckless guru tearing the place up. That shit stays with you, even if it's not in your forefront memory, which is why you have all your crazy rules. So yeah, you might think it'd be a good thing for the humans to know, but trust me, they outnumber you like 1,000,000 to 1.
Yeah, those odds are rough.
Very rough.
I just like the idea of having a couple aces up my sleeve with this, like the Grawl, the church. It's just things that shit hits the fan any further, they start throwing rocks. I have these options.
Don't forget the bikers too, kid.
No, you're right. The howlers have come in handy a lot, and we've got a really good rapport with them right now.
Clearly, they're dedicated to the cause, so can't shake a stick at that.
I feel like I've gotten a decent understanding of them. I'm not Jester by any means, but I get them alcohol at half cost, and they eat for free. So
Just got to keep your ears open, and you got to ask questions. The more you make it about you, the less you learn about them.
true. I don't like talking about myself.
Time was, the Guru had armies of Galang that protected the village so that they could go out and do the work that needed to be done, fight the really big fights. But it takes a special kind, and that was a different time. But if the old ones did it, can't be too bad of an idea.
There's times where the old times seem a lot easier than what we're dealing with now.
They had their own issues. You know, when you don't have medicine or hospitals, or, you know, you're living off of whatever you can find in the woods. Yeah, the Guru were fine for the most part, but it wasn't just only the Guru. They had families too. The Lupusborns especially. Boy, oh boy, Wolf took some hits in those days, especially the more colonization took hold. It's at the mention of Wolf that another shape moves through the woods. A low, raspy chuckle mixed with a growl, interchanging as a large black wolf with glowing red eyes slithers its way, stalks its way, loping through the forest into the clearing.
Say his name and he appears. My ears were burning.
Got some good ears.
Well, when you hear talk of the great abandoner, can't help but make your presence known.
Well, please come and have a seat.
The large wolf lopes to an opening around the round table. Rat scurries a little bit closer to you. Turtle doesn't seem to even shift, even a little. He turns his large head in the direction of Fenris before looking back to you with a gaze that carries so much reassurance that this place is safe, that it is secure, and that there's nothing to truly fear in this moment.
Do you know what frustrates me most about you and your companions?
I can't say that I do, but I have a feeling you're about to tell me.
You know what needs to be done, and you refuse to do it.
You're recommending reckless action for reckless rewards?
Reckless is what the nation wants you to believe. If we were so reckless, why do we exist?
We exist to protect this place. We exist to restore balance. That is why we're here.
Yes, balance.
And those burning red eyes look towards Regina, the spider.
How much balance can there be with so few woods to roam?
That is an ongoing problem. Now, I will let you know that I know who you are and I understand the power you have, but this place is one that you're able to speak freely, but the gaze you are giving someone right now, especially one as close to me as that one, I will not accept. And I would really hate to have to call upon the old gesture and look at all the big trees and have to give you a little bit of a push out. Now, I'm more than happy to hear your overall words as they are important, and your overall frustration, I get.
I'm going to propose a few roles to you here.
Okay.
You can do charisma and etiquette. You could do manipulation and persuasion, or manipulation and intimidation.
We'll do
All of those
persuasion.
kind of fit. Sorry?
We'll do persuasion. We'll do persuasion.
Okay.
Rage 1?
I'd say you're at a 2 now, for sure.
Okay. Four.
You see those burning red eyes remain focused on Regina for a moment before breaking contact with her and looking over in your direction.
Forgive me. It is hard for a predator to control their stare when surrounded by so much prey.
I know you have very strong resolve, and I know that you can compose yourself in such a manner. So thank you for that.
One challenged my honor recently. Make no mistake. I will uphold that honor here.
Good. Good. No, but I know you can be very honorable. And then your followers, I wish, were able to uphold that a little bit more, though.
He snarls and kind of shakes his head a little bit.
They let their anger grow too great. They let their fire grow too high. They let their personal connections drive them. They are losing the way, and until they get what they want, they can't be returned to it.
Well, Fenris, let me ask you, what is the way that you would want?
I want the Guru to truly realize why they're losing. To get their fight back. Along with all that pathetic barking and whimpering that they do. They let are predators. We are protectors of Gaia. How do we protect informants? How do we protect behind walls? How do we protect when all we do is cower and die?
You make some very good points. But a lot of things have changed with time. I'm sure you've seen. And so has the bite. Just going out and causing the change by force doesn't work the same like it used to. We now have to bite at the organizations. We have to bite at all these individuals, these followers of those certain things. Just taking them out, it constantly just puts someone else in that overall hole. That vacuum effect happens. You can't just remove it anymore. You have to get it root and stem. Biting does nothing. And what a bite does now, they just take the head off and a new one emerges. That's all it's going to do. So we have to change.
The humans are starting to disagree with you. Buyers in warehouses marching in the streets. The people learn to bite. Why don't the guru?
We know the power of our bite. And it'd be far too much.
One boy did more for Gaia than the nation has done in a long time.
Was it good though?
It was a spark.
Spark started, but the effect that it had, that bite you're talking about, all the things that it had, that ripple that happens afterwards. Your bite that you're talking about has that instant where it looks like everything's taken care of. But you're not looking at the effect of everything that happens afterwards. What damage did that spark cause? The people who were affected by that spark. These are things we have to take in consideration when we want to enact the bite. Fenris, I understand you are a strong predator and arguably one of the strongest ones. And that is a great asset to have in this fight. But each one of us has that place that belongs in the fight. I would love to see you at a target that deserves you as a predator. Well, when it comes down to it, what are some of the greatest overall prey that loom across Gaia? You look at humans, yeah, but all these organizations. All of us have to adapt. If you were to change how you hunt and how you act that bite that you have, the damage that you could do would have a lasting effect and not a temporary one.
Race is making you all soft. A jester without their malice. A Arun who's more smiles than claws these days. And a leader gets into bed with leeches. again. I know my target. And it's anything that stands in my way.
We're not in your way.
No, not entirely. So consider this an offering. When Tampa stay out of the way, it will be fine.
Again, instant bite. The ripple effect will be very different. And you start burning Tampa down, we will get involved. And at that point, we will be in your way.
You and I both know a great darkness is coming. And you're gonna need all the light you can get.
And help protect this place and provide such light instead of trying to dampen what sparks are here. Flame them in a way that benefits this place. You're trying to provide the spark, trying to give the fuel, but you are causing the rain.
Talk so well. One that shakes at the idea of facing down a crocodile.
Well, they say you can't be courageous without fear, and I have a lot of that. So in the moment, I'm hoping I can turn that into the courage that needs to be there. But until then, fear is what keeps me alive. Fear helps me adapt. And thank you for giving me a compliment about my words. I've been working on them.
I can only do so much. But if not provoked, I will ensure my children do not attack.
Doesn't really seem like you're benefiting the fight. Just going to let that great prey just come right in. You were over there boasting about being a great predator, and you're saying a darkness is coming, and you're going to sit back? That's not what I expected.
I'm one of the only ones who's preparing for the darkness. The others are just getting swept up in it.
And take control of your kids and help with that then. Don't let them lose that control. They belong to you. When Rat says something to me, yeah, I have an overall choice. But I also know the scorn that comes with it if I don't do something he suggests. If I go against him or betray him in any manner, I know what follows up.
Roll me another manipulation and persuasion.
Still rage 2?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That is a 4, but with a crit.
I will think of what you've said. To be shackled to all this rage. Gaius screams all the time. It's easy to feel alone.
Fenris, want you to know you're not alone. I hold these overall meetings often. And if you are as cordial as you are right now, you're more than welcome to any of them to voice your concern. I'd love to hear updates about the upcoming ideas that you have. And thank you for the warning about a darkness coming. I really appreciate it.
You already know. No stone wall is too high for the darkness to cross. But when it comes, I will be. Even if I have to do it alone.
At that point, the large wolf shakes his head a few times before slowly backing off one paw after another before turning his back to all of you and starting to stalk into the woods. He pauses, though, just outside of the tree line and looks back over his head or over his shoulder at you.
The wolf was just business. Not person.
And with that, he continues off into the woods. Rat, in the meantime, is now just sitting there eating from the box of Cheez-Its.
Hey, thanks for your help there, bud. Just letting me get chewed on.
You were doing fine. In fact, I'm surprised at how fine you were doing, to be completely honest. I didn't really need to get a word in. But that guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
Although I'm going to tell you, it's not entirely wrong. The nation got all tied up in itself. It got tired. It was... I mean, look at the leader. An entire pack is represented by their leader. So too can a nation be. And if that's leader as tired and worn out as Jonas Albrecht is, it's not looking too good for that nation. No matter how much they tell themselves, oh, we're different, we separated, we're breaking apart, we're shattered, it's fine. Is it though? How much of it is going to come down to fighting each other instead of what really needs to be fought?
Shattered is still broken. So I hate that he made a lot of really good points, but I couldn't let him just try and look at it one side.
Absolutely not. You did exactly what a good theurge does. Like, consider this my applause for you. He starts clapping his little paws together.
Uh-huh.
You did great. Seriously. All jokes aside, you did good. You faced down the wolf, or what's the wolf's become, and you stared it in the eye and you spoke some really good truths. But also, it's very easy to label something as bad and just leave it at that. That's what the nation did to the cult. That's why they're a cult. That's what they did to the Stargazers. That's why they've all but vanished. When they decide something is a certain way, they will very rarely, if at all, be convinced otherwise. And all that's done is hurt you. All that's done is cause those cracks to deepen. Humans would label all of you as bad, just by your very existence. That's why they can't know. Maybe there's a lesson to be learned in there somewhere. I don't know. I've got my Cheez-Its. And I'm almost out.
Well, he'll look back at Turtle. you got some competition, so you're gonna need a lot more than just one box at a time now.
He will not know how to return here without invitation. This place is secure for now, unless someone leads them here.
Turtle, would you say, I don't want to keep Fenris out? Would you say having them have a seat at the round table often is a bad call?
His anger could become your anger if exposed to it too much. And his anger is an uncontrollable blaze. That is what speaks to his followers, for they too are angry.
I'll keep him as an as need basis then.
I would not be surprised if he visits again. But I also wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. You wounded him. And honor and pride, speaking from experience, often get mistaken.
I couldn't let him see weakness, so the wound that was inflicted, it had to be done.
Yes.
And thank you for the look of reassurance. That was very helpful.
It's the least I can do.
With very little else to say, the meeting comes to a conclusion on that note, that very angry note. But there's a lot to be taken from it. So the question is, what does Jace take away from this encounter altogether?
He's satisfied with how he was able to act with Fenris. His hands are a little shaky because he stared down the wolf, and it could have gone a lot worse. But the comforting aspect of he had a lot of very strong spirits with him, and that was one of the reasons why he holds these round tables, is to keep that rapport up. And the fact that these spirits have his back, even staring down such a foe as Fenris, it gives that sense of comfort, especially in the times that he's in right now, where he has that sense that they're outnumbered. But there's also that fact that they might actually have the numbers on their side more often than he thinks.
With that, we transition to our next scene. Isidoro, you've already seen quite a lot in the very short time that you have been given any kind of leadership position, any kind of responsibility. The responsibilities you had before were kind of self-imposed, being the elder of the children of Gaia, being the Arun. But now, you are an elder of the Sept of the Evening Star and a member of its elder pack. That comes with its own kind of weight, for certain. But also, it's kind of everything you've ever wanted, isn't it? To be trusted, to be revered, respected, and to put your talents to use again for the right cause. Even if that cause is a little bit more on the defense and less on the offense, many animals use claws to keep predators at bay, to defend themselves rather than attack. And it's not part of your name for nothing. But it's always nice to have someone to talk to lay down that load with. And you found yourself finding more and more people amongst your fellow Guru that you're finding yourself being comfortable with doing that with. Of course, there's Terrance, who's always got your back, and aside from working primarily on keeping an eye on the Hellhounds and being there to help them, he's there every night when you get home. But the unexpected one, the one you could have never guessed from the time you arrived, is the Stargazer, Eliza, and the impact that she has had on you. So imagine what would happen if you had both. And this time, you don't have to imagine. Because as you come home back to the apartment that you and Terrance share, though you haven't been staying there primarily, you've been there, you're coming by to pick up, maybe do some laundry before returning back to the cairn where you've been staying, and that's where you find the two Theurges in mid-conversation in what would be your living room, although it is somewhat sparsely furnished with mismatched furniture for the most part. So as your keys rattle in the lock as you walk in, that's the sight you're given. Two Theurges talking over what appears to be a cup of tea, who look up at you with empathetic eyes, but also eyes of trust and confidence, eyes of faith. Terrance is the first to speak. Izzie, I didn't know you were coming by.
Hey! I didn't know you both had a secret rendezvous. I was just coming by to do some laundry, pick up one or two things. What? Eliza?
Isidoro, good to see you.
Hey, so... shoot. Hold on. And with that, he'll close the door behind him as he sets down, like, the laundry bag and maybe, like, a loose box. As he begins flitting through a number of, like, the cupboards for the tiny-ass kitchen they have, and he'll yell, "Hey, Terrance, do we still have those cookies that we stored in the back, the ones from the store? I know it's been like a week or two."
I think we both know you stress ate those.
Yeah, okay. And with that, he'll rise up from behind the counter and just sort of stare at the two of them. I'm sorry,
It's okay.
I was hoping the first time having a guest over playing host, it would be a bit more...
Hey, Eliza brought the tea, I provided the water. It was fine. Come have a seat.
Okay. He will double check to make sure there's not already a cup set out, and assuming there isn't, he will reach into the cupboard and pull one out before sliding into the chair and putting it in front of him.
I actually was working with Eliza on learning a new gift, and with all the kind of crazy energy going around the cairn, I felt it was best to kind of get a little bit further away from that for an education's purpose. And well, honestly, I think it's a good one to have, considering everything that's going on. He's teaching me how to be forgotten when you need to be.
Interesting. Is this a stargazer secret?
Not this time, I'm afraid. No, it's a pretty standard rite. It's of the forgetful record, the one that erases you from documentation, reports, the like. Can't take you out of someone's mind, but it will take you off their radar, at least for a little while.
Could I just make a roll to see if Izzie maybe encountered it?
Sure, give me a intelligence and occult.
I assume rage at this moment is 1.
1, yeah.
One success.
1 success. I'd say you've maybe heard talk of it, but you've never seen it in action. You've heard like maybe the name of the rite mentioned in passing, but didn't necessarily get the details on what it did, or, you know, it probably never really applied to you because you were kind of without a record for the most part in most, you know, terms. So never really came into play.
Izzie will just give a very appreciative nod. Okay. Very exciting.
Well, our last talk inspired me. Not a bad idea to ask for help when you feel like you need it. And I think I need it. Considering everything that's gearing up and happening, I want to be as prepared as I possibly can be. And she's been around the block a time or two. She was actually one of my first mentors before I moved off. So it's nice to get some learning in.
The web grows thicker. Everyone knows each other. It's great.
Well, you spend enough time in this town, you'll know everybody. And if you don't, they're probably a tourist.
You don't have to put me on blast like that.
How you feeling?
Izzie really wants to say everything's fine. But as the smile sets on his face, he will idly twirl the handle of his cup before reaching over to, I assume they have the kettle out.
Yeah.
And pouring a bit of some of the tea and going, I'm stressing a lot. And got done with last patrol before coming out here to do a little bit of regular living. And this is probably the hardest it's been with my talents and my new position. We're supposed to strike hard, strike first, but this is a waiting game. This is a game of politics and planning, and I just really want to let that happen and me not make any more stupid decisions. So I'm trying in vain to keep quiet. And with that, he'll take a sip of the tea.
Eliza chuckles and says, well, I think you're a damn fool if you weren't at least a little bit stressed in these times, but even more so as the others are going to be looking to you in a lot of ways for guidance and for your expertise and for all those talents that you are nervous about sharing at this particular moment. They're going to be necessary, and if not against Fenris, against whatever else comes.
I feel like even with so many more years, I only have mistakes sometimes. And I I wish I could say I learned something from them. I learned from some of them, but leadership's one that's a bit harder to stomach for me. Especially with Willow, I trained her a couple times, and I thought maybe she learned something, and then the kidnapping happened, and every thought since then I've been trying to put to bed that maybe I taught her the wrong thing, or I didn't teach her the value of running away first. Maybe the cold is just that good. But
I think you did teach her something. You taught her self-control and patience. Leadership isn't always about telling an individual what to do. It's about setting an example. And you set many good examples, Isidoro, and I don't think you give yourself nearly enough credit. The way you can stay positive in an otherwise dour situation. Some might think it's foolhardy or ignorant, but I think it's seeing the best of a situation. Because someone has to. They need someone to smile with claws. Because if they don't, it's a very, very sad, dark, and angry place. And also, we don't really know, do we? We don't know what happened. Not exactly. We don't know what she did or didn't do and what would have been different had it not been for your lessons. Maybe she would have gotten herself killed. Maybe her and Quinn. You have to trust that you are doing the best you can with what you have, and you need to trust that your other guru are too. Showing that kind of faith, showing that when a hit comes, it won't completely knock you on your ass. Not second guessing yourself as a teacher and a leader more than you have to, which all of us do. And staying ready. Because if you're ready, they can't surprise you. But if you're not, you're constantly surprised, you're constantly on your heels, and you're constantly off your game. And we need you to be ready, Izzy. There's no Charles here to pass off the responsibility to, or to trust that he's going to take care of whatever the big bad is that's coming. We have you, and we trust you. We need you. Willow is alive. She's fine. We'll get her. Go on then. What were you going to say?
I feel like it's, even just in the meeting the other day, it took every ounce of me realizing my position as Wormfoe to not advocate for me and Forged and anyone strong enough to claw a face off to go blundering through to get Willow back. Playing the politics game, even as a child of Gaia, knowing another child of Gaia is in danger, and that there might be a scenario where I could go and help, is agony. But, as you said, there are people here who have strengths and talents too, who you should lean and support on, and there's plenty of bad experiences and learnings where that impulse is not the right idea, but it doesn't make it any less painful. And I just wish I'm not numb to action when action does happen, is honestly my fear right now.
Well, let me ask you a question. That strategy you spoke of gathering the biggest and the baddest and the strongest, where did you learn that?
The nation.
And how's that working out for them?
Not good.
It's a perfectly reasonable strategy. We were given these tools of strength and speed, of endurance. We are predators in our own right. That impulse is there. That instinct is there. And sometimes it serves us well. And sometimes it leads to our demise. And who's to say for certain? Maybe you could get everyone together. Maybe you could get the drop on them and win the day and run off the wolf. Or maybe you put some trust in a wolf to know their instincts, to trust what they have learned and what they've always known. Willow is a survivor. Just like Stakes are claimed, just like most of the lupus spawns you're going to come across in your time as a guru. We're all survivors, to be honest, but them more so than us, because they're losing their home every day. They're a perfect example of everything that we're fighting for. They're a personification of Gaia and her struggle. But also, they survive. They endure. And while Willow is a very interesting lupus born, to be sure. Atypical, yes. Those instincts are still there, and they will not fail her. When the time comes, she will do what she has to do. And if something bad does happen to her, I'm not certain charging in would have made the difference. It might have just expedited it. It's the law of the jungle. Some are meant for it and some aren't. So which one are you?
I think I'm going to put my trust in that. Jason and Stakes, you know what you're talking about, and I'm going to trust that Willow's going to make it out.
I'm going to give you a little bit of stargazer wisdom if you're open to it.
Oh no, I'm being converted.
I know, I'm going to brainwash you. You better watch out.
Terrance,
you too
plug
will
your ears.
have to start wearing star print clothing and staying in RVs that you've absconded with from their original owner. Follow your nose. Let the stars guide you. Let your feet dig into the earth itself and not this artificial ground that we're surrounded with. That is how you truly are a child of Gaia, by communing with her. And not just in the ways that they say in tradition, by singing the right songs or doing the right rites, but just returning to nature. Even somewhat metaphorically. If Gaia needs you to be somewhere, If she needs you to do something, she'll tell you. And it won't be an obvious slap upside the head. But just for good measure, she reaches over and swats you on the side of the head. Don't go running after Fenris.
Arm like a whip. Okay. I get it.
You have a very vital part to play. That's why you're here. Right now, in this moment. Be open to it. Stop talking for a minute and listen. Stop fretting and let her guide you. Because if she stops guiding us, we've lost. It's over. But I can tell you for absolute certain she hasn't stopped. We're just having a hard time hearing her amidst all the noise.
Izzie looks down at the half line of his cup, swirling the tea a bit, bites his lip. Normally I think this next question would be a complete mood killer for a party, but given present company, would you both like to join me for a little meditation? It's been a hot minute since I've sat and pondered.
Of course. Terrance gets up and starts moving some of the furniture aside to make a nice open spot on the floor. And he kind of murmurs to himself, well, that's what I was going to say, all that stuff she said. Just so you know. That's what I was thinking too. But he kind of gives a smirk and a wink over towards Eliza.
Now, would it have been better or worse, though?
I would have made it rhyme.
I count that as better.
So as some pillows are thrown down on the ground, as you take your seat, give me a composure, or actually let's make it resolve and insight.
Insight, you say. One success.
As you try to steady your breathing, as you look inward, you encounter a great deal of resistance. Like you said, it has been some time, and meditation isn't like riding a bike. It's not something you can just pick up and do. You have to warm yourself up to it. You have to find that place, that peace, and with enough distraction, it's really hard to find, and you have an ideal or a not ideal amount of distraction working against you. But you sit. You try to tune into the breathing of those around you. Eliza's a little slower, a little raspier. Terrance's with the virility of youth. And nothing comes. And in a way, that's kind of distressing. Because what if Eliza said is true? What if there is no guiding force? No one to light the way or show you the path. After about an hour goes by, you end up getting your things and saying goodbye, saying that you'll see them soon, and you head out into the incoming night. And as you step foot out onto the sidewalk, you feel as if in your very heart, the pluck of a guitar string or something similar with its reverberating motions. As you take another step forward, nothing. No string, no noise, no feeling. So you take a step back. And there it is again. Boom. You turn and you walk in another direction. Boom. There it is again. What do you do?
I assume Izzie has never encountered anything like this in his entire life. Yeah.
No.
A very clarifying question. Is this like plucking sound something that Izzie would register on like the spiritual end, or is it literally like he is hearing?
It's not as much of a noise as it is just the reverberations that come with a string being plucked. Maybe there is a slight sound, but it is very ethereal, very spiritual. There's nothing, like no source to the sound that is obviously seen nearby.
In that case, Izzie accepts the thought of like, this is odd, but puts away the impulse of, oh, this is some sort of strange thing that I should probably press past or ignore, and he will cautiously, but not like creepily, he's not stalking, he'll just take a very soft step forward, then a step forward, just sort of playing Marco Polo, I guess, with the sounds, the echo vibration.
Give me a wits and survival.
Two successes.
As you follow your feet, you follow the sensation of the reverberating string. It leads you for a long time. Not out of the city, not anywhere remote. It's just taking you through the streets, crossing from one sidewalk to the next, giving yourself over to the sensation following your feet. You barely even register the dark that started to creep in through the sky. Barely notice the changing from day into evening, because it's an all-encompassing curiosity, at the very least, that's calling to you through this reverberating string. It's so enrapturing, in fact, that you don't realize how far you've walked until you look at the cobblestone streets of Ybor City. And you look to the silhouettes of 7 individuals moving towards a cigar factory. Gaia can show us the way, but what we do with it is up to us. You have been granted an opportunity to provide respite to the hellhounds who are about to get attacked. But we won't be able to resolve that tonight. We'll have to resolve that on Friday. We now transition to our final scene of the evening. Here we are, finally, at the place known as the Morningkill Estate in Vermont. This is where the two of you have reunited, along with Artie, but not with Charles. Charles being called away to a very important meeting with Victor Iron Oath Volkov. Because a promise was kept. and fulfilled. But now that promise has ended. And let's just say being embarrassed in front of a bunch of other Guru can tend to stoke someone's ire just a little bit. But you don't have time to think about that right now. And don't really truly have knowledge of it's going on. Not yet, at least. What you do know is that you are sitting in your room. Jester, you have been told by Elias where to find Aspen and Artie, and you've been made aware of their arrival. He has very confidently shown you the way to the room, saying that he will be ready for the tour shortly. But for now, he wanted to give you two some space to talk, and maybe for you to share a little bit of insight that you've gleaned in your time at the estate so far. So with that all being said, as you enter in to the very luxurious room, which is actually even slightly more luxurious than your room, the scene is yours.
Aspen will see Jester for the first time and immediately go and hug her, and like kind of just like a general scan just to make sure everything's good. Look at her weird clothes that I am also wearing. Look down at herself and be like, oh, and like run over to a duffel bag that she brought with her and just kind of drop it at Jester's feet. I brought you some clothes, but I think we're gonna have to.
Yeah.
This.
It's not bad. I mean, it's well tailored, so it's all right. I've been used to something like this before. How are you?
That's a loaded question. I'm okay. I guess better question is, how have you guys been since the couple of days that I've not been here?
All right. It's been kind of boring for me, hanging out in my room while Charles is away at meetings. I'm pretty sure they're trying to keep us separated at this point. I mean, I met his betrothed.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seems like old Charles,
Goody.
but like old Charles, like there's something there. I think. I don't know. I want to talk to her more. And I'll look to Artie and her and hey, Artie, lean over. Artie, does your trick work on spirits?
Oh, the whole...
Yeah.
Yeah, it can. If I really focus and make sure that it's done right, all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, yeah?
I don't know now. So Elias said there's something about like some group here trying to doesn't want Charles back and like wants the king and things how they are or something. And then there's another group that like is standing behind him taking the throne. Like there's a whole big giant intrigue plot going on. Charles was right at that. I don't know. Elias was supposed to tell me more eventually.
He didn't say who the players were?
Not yet. We were supposed to talk more when there was a chance. I haven't had a chance to talk to him again.
Okay. Well, I guess that's something to figure out as well. There's a get here.
I did not. Wait. Colt?
No, just get I guess you could say OGs before the big breakup.
Wow.
People
That's
are
interesting.
suspicious of them. I guess some people are.
I guess, when the rest of your tribe decides to walk away and become pretty much murder hobos, tends to lead to a little bit of suspicion.
Yeah, there's a very big possibility. Like, it gave me Eliza vibes a little bit. So, I mean, I'm not holding terrible judgment yet, but also just the connection is a little bit uncomfy. But I mean, I guess we would be hypocrites if we just immediately judged that.
Yeah. If you get a chance, I'd like to talk to them, though.
Me too.
I have so many questions.
And I will say, Jester, in the few days that you've been here, you've probably passed several individuals. Maybe a passing introduction, but nothing thorough. They were usually on their way off to something else, but they're not going to be rude, except for Alina, the purist, who you have not crossed paths with. And you haven't crossed paths with this supposed Get either. Everybody who's been introduced has been introduced by name and tribe. And all of them have been Silverfangs, except for the Red Talon, who you've seen from afar and were told about, but not really introduced to.
Okay. I mean, I've met people in passing, but I haven't had a chance to really speak with anyone except for a little bit with Katerina. That's Charles's betrothed. She's Volkov's daughter. So.
Yeah. Seraphine told me about a little bit about everybody that was here. Also, his wife is here.
Yeah. I heard that.
There's the Red Talon is here.
Yeah, she's apparently training to take over Iron Oath's position when he's done with it? Steps down? Dies? Who knows with us?
I don't know. It's all really strange here. I know that the Fenris is a lawkeeper, oath keeper.
Interesting.
So they have a pretty big position.
Yeah.
Well, it also makes sense why he didn't leave. If oaths are important and they made an oath to the nation or the guru, they wouldn't just give that up. So maybe that's how they earned the title, or maybe that's how I don't know, maybe they already had the title and refused to go with the rest of the tribe.
Maybe.
Really interesting. I didn't even know about them.
I guess they're kept a secret to people who visit here.
Yeah, Seraphine didn't even tell me about them. Elias actually told me.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, the Fenris departing the nation, as well as the Stargazers, is kind of like a shameful thing about this place, so to speak, that they couldn't even keep their own in line. So it would make sense that they wouldn't want anything reminiscent of it, at least not in the forefront, politically.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess. But then there's the opposite opinion of, if some of them stayed, or at least one of them stayed, then that's something to be happy about.
Or it could be their preference. Maybe they don't want to be known about because of all of this cult's craziness that's happening. Maybe they don't want to be a front-facing individual. I mean, from what I understand about Law Speaker, it's kind of like Truth Catcher. It's a fancier, well-to-do way to call it, but that would be mostly having to do with internal strife and challenges and the like that aren't necessarily physical. They can assist in telling the truth of it or the validity of it. So if it's not an outward facing position, really, would you have to know about them unless an incident came up having to do with them?
Right.
I don't know, it's mysterious, but I love mysteries, and this is kind of getting my goat.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot here that's mysterious, intriguey, manipulative. Anyway.
Still very Get Out vibes, as I was telling Artie. In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I think we gotta figure it out, and then there's the whole trying to... Any news on what Charles leaning towards?
No, well, most likely no, but I don't know if that changes now that he's here. I don't know.
Okay. Being the devil's advocate that I am, I wouldn't be true to my moon if I didn't. Would be a good feather in our cap to have a guy on the top that's got the same ideals we do. Just, I know, I'm not saying you should go marry the Ice Queen or whatever, but like, it's a really good way to get people to change and convince them to start at the top and show that change can happen.
It's also everything against what we believe in. If it's not something that he wants, that's what we're doing here, right? Is to make sure people have lives that they want to live while fighting for Gaia. And if he's pushed in a position just to help us politically that goes against everything we've ever been fighting for, everything we want to do with the new nation. So it hurts all of that, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I will pose to you a counterpoint. Eliza didn't ask for our help. We just gave it to her. We didn't want to be redeemed. We redeemed her anyway. Was it for the better in the long run? Sure. But when we asked her, she didn't want to talk to us. She didn't want to deal with us. We kind of made that decision for her.
I get what you're saying, Artie, but that also was different. She was full in Hirano because of everything that happened. Charles is fully capable of making his own decisions and isn't struck by something that devastating to pull him into a place where he can't.
Hey, I'm with you. I don't want to see the guy suffer as much as he and I are not in the same ballpark at all, but like, I've come to respect him. I've come to like him. I think he's better off with us than far away. I understand having a sense of responsibility to family in times of strife where you have to give up what you thought you wanted or what you thought you were going to have for something else.
Do you really think the people in this house, in this cairn, would let him change? They raised him to be a tool, a soldier that followed orders. Do you really think they would let him have control if he was king or not?
I'm not disagreeing with you, okay? But if there are people who support him in this group, maybe.
They support him being on the throne because destiny called for it, not because they think that he would rule correctly. If they thought he would rule correctly, they wouldn't made him fear them.
Aspen instinctively looks up at the falcons everywhere in this room and then rolls her eyes. It's a means to an end.
Maybe. You're probably right. I just think it's worth seeing all the sides of it, because if we don't, then maybe we're going to get blindsided.
I have thought about it. And maybe in a better world would be good. Then again, maybe Charles will decide it.
We won't know until it comes time for it. But as long as Charles knows that we're here to support him, that we've got his back, and that we will run away with him if we need to, then it's on him after that.
I agree. And I appreciate you, Artie, for, saying the things out loud that nobody wants to consider, but I promise you we have. It's been a lot.
One thing I know for certain, because I've seen it, he won't go anywhere you won't go with him, Jester.
I know.
So,
But I'll look around. They're doing it pretty good, making sure he does.
he's not a child. He's not fragile. Though this place probably brings up a lot of memories and trauma and all that good stuff. He's one of the toughest, most resolute people I've ever met. And I'm marrying her. We gotta trust him. We have to.
I do. It's everybody else I don't trust here. Aside from the people in this room, of course.
That's probably for the best. At that point, there's the light rap on the door.
Aspen will look over at Artie and Jester and nod, kind of like, we doing this?
Let's go.
Opens the door.
Outside of the door stands Elias, dressed in a, fancy tunic and breeches, and his spectacles covering his eyes, and his kind of curly brown hair atop his head. You ready for a tour, Miss Oathbreaker? Miss Silvertongue? Arthur?
Yes.
Good. And follow me. What follows is one of the most boring historical reenactments or relaying of how the manor was built during Revolutionary era, what kind of materials they used. He shows you the foyer, he shows you the paintings on the wall, and tells some of the stories. And actually, at times the stories are fascinating, at other times they're just downright boring. But he does talk about the Morningkill family and, the importance they were, and Jonas Albrecht's grandfather, the previous king to Jonas. He does take you downstairs and shows you the kitchen and the dining room, which you've already seen, Jester. He takes you to a ballroom, which looks like it is more of a kind of meeting place at this point. It's not really used for balls or anything extravagant, but it looks like it could have been at one time, some time ago. He stops by this almost small janitor's closet of a room where you can see a computer has been set up with literally a box monitor, not a flat screen, a box monitor that is hooked up. And Artie gives the exasperated look of like, yeah, I made this shit work. I'm good at what I do, but this was fucking hard. He then says, would you like to see the training grounds?
Of course.
Sure. Before we go, look around. You spoke something to me when I first arrived. Is now a good time to speak about it? I'll look to his computer room.
Actually, yes. Let's step in and I'll close the door. He steps into the room and all of you jammed into this room. It's a pretty tight fit. Like, obviously, this is meant for one person to go in, do whatever they have to do, and get out as quickly as possible. It's not meant to make you comfortable. It's meant to serve a purpose, a use. But as all of you squeeze into the room and he closes the door, you'll have to forgive me for all of the subterfuge. Discussing such matters does bring a certain air of controversy if heard by the wrong ears. But what would you like to know?
We might be able to help with that. Artie, can you do your little cone of silence?
Yeah, it's gonna be more like a fucking $50 of silence, but let's see what I can do. And he starts enacting his rite. And after a moment, even though this house is quiet most of the time, you definitely realize in that moment what ambient noises there are in the house, because they are gone as soon as the rite is finished. Even Elias looks kind of perplexed at the rite as it concludes, but then says, "All right, I can tell you this. It is a tense time in the house. There are those who are on the fence about what they would like to see happen with this entire affair. There are those who believe they have something to lose, and others who believe they have something to gain, depending on how this all turns out. I can't stress enough. They are all Guru, and they band together and they fight when fighting needs done. The problem is there hasn't been a good fight in some time. The king has taken a path of inaction a great deal lately, and that has caused some derision, but others who are enjoying being out of the fight and not all up in it, I suppose.
But they would rather leave the rest of the Seps at the mercy of the fight that keeps happening.
They took it as an insult when the Seps left. They say if they're not good enough for the nation, why do they need the nation's support?
And the ones that do come begging for help?
With what limited resources there are to give, it is granted. It is not entirely selfish around here. I understand the aura a place like this gives, and I understand the feelings, especially to certain tribes, it might come off as. But they do help with what they can when they can. Some even take it a little bit further to try and be of more assistance than even the court would technically allow. I don't know for certain all of the allegiances within the house, but I do believe I know a few, based off of things that I've heard, things that I've seen, meetings that have happened. The Gilded Fang has no allegiances either way. As long as an Albrecht sits upon the throne, they will be satisfied. I'm sure they would prefer to see Charles take the throne, as Jonas has become, well, infirm in his age. But she will do whatever it takes to ensure tradition remains. There will be a king, one way or another, if she has any say about it, and it will be from a lineage. That is what she cares about most. She prefers an Albrecht, but It could be a Morningkill, or it could be another line entirely. You may notice there is another line in the house, and that an arranged marriage was made. This was mostly due to her influence. She is trying desperately to ensure that the line of Guru continues, that the Silverfang lineages go unbroken. Some sort of esteem for the court, I can only imagine.
But she wouldn't see the young girl become heir, correct?
No. She is, in fact, staunchly against it. But the right voices in the right ears, if they were to claim that she was fully adopted and make a show of it and do certain rites, they could convince her, potentially, but I doubt it. She is a strong stance against interlopers. No offense.
No offense taken.
I'm trying to be as transparent as I possibly can be. You have to understand, I am not treated poorly here. But I can be forgotten about from time to time. I don't know what it is to be Guru. I don't know what the responsibilities are that weigh upon them. But I have been unacknowledged before, which has been to a benefit. That being said, I believe Iron Oath to be a loyalist to Charles. You might not believe it, based off of the way he behaves, but he has been training Charles his entire life. And I believe views him as a son. In his own particular way. You've seen how his daughter turned out. I believe he wants Charles to ascend because he believes that it is all the nation can do at this point to survive. He is too old, he cannot take the seat himself. And he believes that a change in power would just further weaken their case if another family were to take over or something of the sort. Having the two families come together was a compromise. At least in his mind. The one I have question about is his wife, Anastasia. I can't say for certain this isn't a power grab, and that she wasn't influential in this decision for the two families to unite. Perhaps she may have even had the ear of the purist. As for the others, your guess is as good as mine. But I know there are individuals attempting to push for allegiance. And they are doing so subtly, but they are making their intentions known. And I would not be surprised if they aren't even potentially threatening some of their own brethren to either fall in line or stay out of the way.
So you've mostly mentioned people that would benefit even Anastasia with seeing Charles on the throne. But it seems like you said there was a group that didn't want to see him. Do you have any thoughts or ideas on who could possibly be in that faction?
I believe Victor Hale wishes Charles gone. They were rivals ever since they were youths. And if Charles were to ascend the throne, I don't believe Victor thinks his position would be secure. He is the warder of the Sept, which carries a great deal of renown and responsibility. And the change in power could change that, especially since he has been associating with those outside of the Sept and has grown quite close to them. I think he believes his position could be threatened and he could be removed. But he is also similar to Charles stoic. He has not said as much, but there's a certain look an individual gets when certain conversations are had. And I have seen that look on Victor Hale's face.
Is there no one here that sees both of these solutions as ludicrous?
When you have seen and lived in the state of things here, as long as some of the Guru here have, when you have seen those that you considered compatriots abandon the cause, or at least abandon the nation as they know it, not to mention all of the traditions that they've all been raised with their entire lives, they're stuck in their ways. I believe the ones that are the least stuck are the ones who are pushing for Charles not to take the throne. Because in truth, that would be best at this time. As I said, I've seen the king. It is a sad state. The reason he doesn't take meetings is because the more gurus see him, the worse it gets.
What if he could be cured?
I would welcome that wholeheartedly, because I remember who Jonas was. As a boy, a Ghislaine, an orphan, he welcomed me in, he gave me a home, he gave me a purpose. He was a good guru and a good man. I dare say even the paragon of our kind, or of your kind.
Have you been here almost the entire time he's ruled?
Oh, certainly not the entire time he's ruled. But in the days before the final battle, I was but a boy, but I was already in his service and in his protection.
What would you prefer happen, Elias?
Be completely straightforward with you. I don't honestly care. I want to get back to doing the good that we're supposed to be doing. I serve at the whims of the nation, but it has to be a nation, and it hasn't been for some time.
Can I
What do you-
roll an insight?
Yes.
I want to see if he actually has been meaning what he's been telling us so far, if he's just trying to fast talk us.
I would also like to roll an insight, but I have one more question before I roll that insight.
Okay.
But to be even more honest, Elias, what do you think makes that happen? Do you believe King Albrecht staying or Charles taking over would do any good for the nation at all? Either one.
To be completely honest, King Albrecht is dead. What remains is the shell, the memory, the ghost of a man whose greatness diminishes each day he sits upon that throne. I believe in the short term, Charles would be a good solution, yes, but I also understand that is it just exchanging one problem for another? Is it just continuing the cycle? Maybe, but it's also a cycle that the Guru as a whole have been known to respect when it works. No Guru is meant to sit on a throne or live as long as Jonas Albrecht has. In some ways, I'm grateful for it. I owe the man a great deal, and to see him perish would hurt me very deeply. But it's a slow death, and unfortunately it is affecting everyone in this house. This isn't about prophecy. Not to me, though many would say it does. This is about the good of whatever's left and trying to make it into something more, once again. So what did we get on our insight checks?
I got 4 successes.
Life.
Okay, Jester, you're pretty sure he's telling the truth. Aspen, you don't know. It's not straightforward. But maybe you're also just not getting a very good read.
Said I don't know?
Yeah, you're not certain one way or another if he is.
Because she got 4, I got 5.
I know. She thinks he's telling the truth. You're not certain.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you for talking to us about all this.
I don't know what effect you've had on Charles, but I have never seen him live as much as I've seen him live these last few days. He was what they made him, but he's not that anymore. And perhaps that's what the nation needs. But also, it broke the greatest guru. Is Charles equal to Jonas Albrecht by more than blood?
It's a good question.
Fortunately, it's a question that isn't given much time to ponder, as much as we would like to. There are those who are very angry at his departure and his refusal to return. I believe that is why the young Mari sits at the king's right hand, because he was influenced to believe that there is no hope for Charles.
Would it be possible to meet her?
Nothing is impossible, but some things are very close to it. But I could see if I could arrange something.
I'd like to hear your opinion on things.
I'll see what I can do. But I will have to move carefully, because those who wish Jonas to remain in charge keep a very close eye on the young Mari.
Thank you for all you're trying to do.
I have been told what this world is coming to. I have heard the songs and the stories, and while I may not have any abilities or gifts to speak of, while Gaia may not have chosen me, I can still serve, and I intend to do so.
We appreciate you talking to us and giving us insight.
Of course, that all being said, before we arouse any suspicion, I believe we should continue our tour.
Of course.
Yes.
I'm gonna spend another willpower and mind speak with Aspen.
Yeah? You don't have to roll. You're in the same room, literally not even feet
Okay.
away at this moment. You could take half, is what I'm saying, and that would count it.
I'll take half.
Okay.
Be like, hey, I know this is the first time I've done this for you. It's a little weird. Jace does it too, so hopefully you understand what's going on. What you think?
I don't know. I think it's the part that itches my brain is why entrust all this with strangers.
I think he's telling the truth, but you have a point. I don't know.
Just eager to give us as much information as possible. And I only met him just a few hours ago.
Yeah. Fair. Maybe he's desperate, though.
Maybe. But also, with all of these machinations happening, we can't quite trust everyone. Or anyone.
Yep.
Artie, in the meanwhile, just chats up Elias, asking how the connection is holding, asking how long websites take to load, saying he could probably adjust it a little bit because he can't stamp his name on this work as it stands currently. That sort of stuff.
I'll occasionally pipe in with a word or two so it doesn't look like we're just being abnormally quiet.
As you head down the hallway towards where it ends at a set of doors leading outside, as soon as the doors open, you hear that very distinct sound that sounds like a side of beef being punched very, very hard, almost a wet, sickening thud sound, and the echo of cheers erupting. Elias pauses at the door. Would you like to see the rookery instead?
Why? What's... And she'll just kind of keep walking towards the training room.
As you walk outside, there's this obviously designated area where the grass has been kind of trampled down enough now that it's mostly dirt that makes up the ground. Here we see Iron Oath without a shirt, exposing his scarred form, his chest, which shows obvious markings from possibly claves, possibly something else. And Charles, in a similar fashion, who at this point is showing a almost completely closed eye that is black and blue, bruises that have come across from clearly cracked ribs, as you can see the bulges sticking out of his side. And he is down on all fours as he receives a kick to the side of the head from Iron Oath that sends him sprawling. Jester, I would like you to roll a willpower check for me, please, of your unspent willpower.
What's my rage at? Or do I know? Do I need to make rage with willpower?
You do not make rage with willpower.
All right. Cool. The connection, the mind speak will immediately drop.
I will mention, Aspen is currently, you are possibly the only one who is aware of what's going on. And that face doesn't reassure me from Jester, but standing nearby is a woman with long braided red hair that goes down onto a hauberk. Obviously the Red Talon, Ingrid Stormbreaker, the war leader in training. There is also Victor Hale nearby, who is a man with close cropped grayish silver hair shaved along the sides. He is also wearing sort of a matching leather hauberk as to her, with a fur almost like a cape or cloak around his shoulders that seems to dangle down. You can also see another man with more raggedy silver hair who has a very like reflective sheen to his eyes and has a very like loping gait, but stands more towards the outside and is kind of prowling around in a circle, trying to keep himself composed to not just get into the scrape of it all. You can tell that this is the lupus-born Winter's Breath, or Mikhail Sokolov as he is known. And then up on a porch to the back of the house, you can see Anastasia and Katerina both watching on. So, Jester, what did you get?
I get 1 success.
Okay. As you start to feel the fire grow within you, the rage build up inside of you, as you can feel yourself start to grow, roll me very quickly a wits and insight or awareness.
What's my rage? Is it 5?
I will say it is, yes, 5.
Okay.
Quick question before things go crazy south. Can I scan the room and see, like, I want to figure out who's getting like a particular like satisfaction in the fact that Charles is getting his ass beat. Like, seeing if I could figure out anybody who, like, obviously they're all gonna enjoy the fight itself, but like a particular like, yeah.
Give me a wits and insight. So, Jester, what did you get on the awareness or insight check?
I got 3 successes.
Okay. Even though he's just been punted to the side of the head and sent sprawling, you make eye contact with Charles, whose face is now covered in mud. And out of the one good eye that hasn't completely closed, he makes eye contact with you and shakes his head. You may re-roll your willpower check, but if you fail this, there's no stopping it.
Still 1?
Okay. Alrighty. So at this point, the tearing of fabric. Well, let me get Aspen's roll. I want to give her the chance to at least get a moment to spot the crowd.
Yeah. I'm trying to find my verbs and adverbs real quick, so give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I got 3 successes. I got a brutal, but I guess that doesn't work. Yeah, because deliberately, firmly, logically, motivate, lead, or rally doesn't really work with this role, I don't think.
Not really, no. So I will say, before you can get any real insight into what's happening, you are going to get a compulsion. And that compulsion is going to be, let's see. Let's make it random, shall we? Radicalism. Which means the character begins to see the world in black and white. The time for action has come. Either you actively fight for Gaia or you are part of the problem. This compulsion brings the werewolf to motivate, intimidate, or cajole those around them to further the guru's cause, regardless of any consequences. Any actions not pushing others to fight for the Guru's cause right here and now are made at a 2 dice penalty. The compulsion ends when another person in the scene acts based on the character's pressuring or when the scene ends. It's the tearing of fabric that really snaps your attention away from what's happening, away from these faces, this crowd that has seemed to gather. Because the tearing of fabric is met by the reddish furred Krynos form that is, or at least a moment ago was, Jester Silvertongue. Without hesitation, she goes to spring forward through the doors and go charging towards the circle where Charles has been downed and Iron Oath is standing somewhat triumphantly over his fallen protege. That's her action. What's your action, Aspen?
Fuck. Well, with the compulsion, she's probably going to just instinctively, seeing everything that happened, run into the middle of this fight and just at the top of her lungs, just enough, and just start yelling to the group. And she will start spewing, do you see what your actions have drawn you to? What you've become? Petty squabbles and angry fights for no reason. While the king is dying and you want this man to become leader, what have you all become? And she just starts screaming.
Okay. So. Okay, give me a manipulation and leadership? But, Jester, I need you to give me a strength and brawl with your Krynos dice.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I, during that time, because of the compulsion, pop ancestral conviction, because I'm speaking to a bunch of Guru, and also can I use my favor and beautiful?
I will say, I'm gonna say no to the favor. I will say yes to the beautiful, and I will say yes to the ancestral conviction.
Cool. Okay.
But there's no, like, the commanding part is kind of iffy in this moment because, like, they're not fighting for Gaia right now, and like this is a pretty standard practice for Guru to spar and stuff like that. So it's training effectively. If anything, that's preparing you to fight for Gaia. Okay. So, Jester, what did you get?
I got 6 successes with a crit, and then on top of that, I got a brutal.
Okay, so that would be a total of 10 successes?
Yes.
Okay. I think I actually have to roll for this then.
Oh, while you're rolling, I just think it would be hilarious if... Who am I hitting, by the way?
Oh, Volkov, for sure.
Okay. It would be hilarious if I actually hit Volkov, but never got to hit Charles.
Okay. So, Jester, as you go charging at Volkov, you launch towards him, claws extended. At which point, with 14 successes, he catches you in your Krynos form, him just in his Hamid form, and brings you over the top, slamming you down to the ground and breaking one of your arms as he does 2 points of aggravated damage to you. He then reaches towards a boot and pulls out a silver knife and holds it to you.
I
Aspen.
believe. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, it's her turn still.
Cool.
What did you get?
8 successes.
Okay. All right. So, I'm just going to roll something else too. Do it just a crowd roll instead of everybody else individually. Okay. So as you call out to the others, the attention from everyone except Volkov and Jester obviously is drawn towards you. As Volkov holds the silver dagger to Jester's throat, another booming voice echoes out as from the ground, Charles calls out, "Enough!" And he is actually in his glabrope form at this point. Time stops effectively and pauses as Jester gnashes and tries to swing with her one good arm. She can't get any leverage as she's just held down by the massive form of Iron Oath. The dagger keeping her kind of at bay, even though she starts to press against it, then recoils from the burning sensation of the blade. In the silence of it all, a falcon screeches. Anastasia, from her position on the balcony, unmoving, pulls out what looks to be like a long, thin bone, possibly a leg bone from a deer, and snaps it. In that moment, Jester, your rage goes down to 0 as your wolf is taken from you. And this is where we're going to end our story for this evening. Thank you so much to these amazing players, but we couldn't end it just there, right? We have to have our one last scene. Out in the corridors of the house, which has now finally reestablished some kind of order, Jester and Aspen, you have been confined to your rooms until all of this can be sorted out. We see Charles limping down the hallway. His eye is completely swollen shut, but it seems like it's actually starting to slowly heal as the regenerative powers of the guru take hold. As he drags one leg behind him, he gives it a shake and then starts walking right as the bones knit together in his leg once again. He approaches the door that would be his room. Well, meanwhile, further down the hallway, a figure steps out from another room, this time with another long silver blade, matching that of Iron Oath Volkov. As the door to Charles' room opens, they stalk forward to approach the door. This is where our story comes to a close this evening. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. We're back, baby, and we've got new episodes of Hellhounds on Friday, where we're going to see the Hellhounds repel the incoming attack from the cult of Fenris. And then we've got a new episode of Red Tide Rising on Sunday, so you're not going to want to miss out on those. But of course, we're going to be back next week with a brand new episode of Rage Across Tampa. The intrigue has begun and the danger is afoot, so you won't want to miss that. Go follow St. by Night on all of the social media down below. Join our community by following that Discord link. And why not sign up for the Ko-fi? Because I'm pretty sure this is going to be a wild Rosebud Thorns that we're going to have after this episode. And the only way you can see it is by being a Ko-fi member. But like I said, for these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next time. Good night, everybody.